Week 1 in the books in the NFL. Last night, Monday Night Football, the Minnesota Vikings, it was not looking good. At one point, they were down 17-6 in the first half following a pick six thrown by J.J. McCarthy, but they fight their way back. 27-24 was the final. The Bears went from their first drive of the game into the third quarter without scoring a touchdown. So the Vikings go to 1-0, winning in Chicago, a 21-point fourth quarter for them. Elsewhere around the NFL, we'll get some injury updates probably tomorrow from the Bills, potentially on Tre'Davious White. Sean McDermott spoke with the media yesterday. You can hear what he had to say about Ed Oliver, among other things, from Sal on our website at WGR550.com. Elsewhere around the league, the 49ers had about as bad of a week 1 injury day as you could ask for. George Kittle with a hamstring injury is expected to miss multiple games. They also lost wide receiver Juwan Jennings in that game. We'll see what he has with a shoulder injury. Adam Schefter reports that Niners quarterback Brock Purdy is uncertain for week 2 against the Saints. He's dealing with both a shoulder and a toe injury. If he couldn't play, it would be Mac Jones suiting up for the San Francisco 49ers. There was a minor trade in the league yesterday. The Jaguars send running back Tank Bigsby to the Eagles for 5th and 6th round picks. He'll go in and back up Saquon Barkley. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's chilly out there.
Carr said 43.
43. Yeah. Well, the good news is listening to News Radio 930 WBEN on the way in, Aaron Mankowski said no thought of a frost advisory in anywhere along like the near future. So even though it is a little chilly, it's not going to get really cold for a bit.
Okay.
That's good, right, I think?
When do they get to frost advisories? It's got to be in the 30s?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. And foreseeable future, at least a week or two, nothing in the near, whatever. 43, or Chris said 43.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 46 right now. Highs in the mid-70s, and today, I guess, is the coldest day of the next 10, so at least in the morning.
I was going to say, if we're getting into the 70s during the day, you can't complain about that.
Yeah, no, it's pretty nice.
Yesterday was very much, I think we found a new way to complain about the weather, which is right when it is in this this middle zone where when the sun goes behind a cloud, it goes down by about 15 degrees, and it's let me throw the quarter zip on, and then the moment that the sun pops out from behind said cloud, it goes up 15 degrees and like way too hot for the quarter zip. So it was on off with the quarter zip yesterday.
That was a lot of my tailgating experience. Off, on off. Then the sun goes down and you're good to go. But yeah,
by that point then you're fine.
It is quarter zip on off season.
Yeah,
that's how it goes. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. How much of that game you watched last night? I watched a good chunk of it, and then, like many of you out there might have decided to do, I made an executive decision that I desperately needed to catch up on sleep.
Yeah.
Because the night game from Sunday night and early mornings for a lot of you, like, all right, I'd like to...
Let me call it on this one. It's an 11-point game. McCarthy looks bad. He just threw like the worst pick six you could see.
And much like Sunday night, you woke up and the Vikings won.
Yeah.
27-24. Right. They looked toast. And J.J. McCarthy does his best. Josh Allen light, and I mean light.
Sure.
Wasn't exactly Superman, but he had 2 touchdown passes and a rushing touchdown in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and they were all nice.
Yeah, so
all of them were nice.
A come from behind victory for the Vikings. The Bears, boy, if you're a Bears fan, you probably feel encouraged, but at the same time, you just had another loss. Like, it's just a loss. Congrats. Yeah. Moral victory time, whatever. Caleb Williams.
Even that. Like, I don't know.
No?
They went a long time without score. I mean, you got Ben Johnson in there, and like my group chat after the first drive was, oh, here come the Bears. Caleb Williams looks awesome. Ben Johnson, baby, right? Like that's a new Bears.
Yeah.
They marched down the field right away and scored a touchdown. And here's what they did after that: 5-play punt, 5-play turnover on downs, 3-play punt, 9-play field goal, 3-play punt, 5-play punt.
Not good.
That was the next 2.5 hours of Bears football. Just nothing happening at all. I had the game on just like thinking, I'll fall asleep to this game. Like, I'll leave it on, I'll fall asleep. I did, like right after the pick six, second quarter, and I woke up at like the beginning of the fourth quarter. And it was, I think, 20-17. Like, the Bears hadn't scored. And however much time I was asleep, second quarter to fourth quarter, they hadn't scored. So I don't know what your moral victory is today. I mean, I think they did score 24, so you've seen worse. But
one moral victory,
wanted better than that.
It is the first time they scored on a touchdown on their opening drive in more than a year. They went the whole year last year without a touchdown on their opening drive.
That's amazing.
There's a little bit of a moral victory there. It was a little bit of the Caleb Williams experience, though, where he makes a lot of nice plays that show some talent, but on schedule, there's just not a lot there right now. Like, it's missing. He is the athlete that can throw on the run, made a nice throw to Roma Dunze on the first drive, ran for a touchdown on that first drive as well. Like, all right, there's a lot to like here. But on schedule, from the pocket, trusting the system, like they got a long way to go for him.
Yeah, I mean, six punts in the game for the Bears.
That's not good.
There were a lot of punts in general. I mean, the Vikings did that too. It's kind of amazing. You know what it really was? Like, the number of drives in this game was, I'll have to count them up. There were a ton of drives because of all the 3-and-outs, all the 5-play drives. Mixed in was a couple of those long ones. I thought McCarthy looked better, as you would expect after a pick six.
Right. He was left for dead after that.
But, like, those touchdowns, like, he wired, it was like a 15-yarder to Jefferson over the middle into a tight window. He hit Jones on a wheel route where he had to feather it right over the linebacker. Like, he made a couple nice throws in that game.
803-0550. Good morning. Howard picks the Bills today. Sal's off. We give Sal the day off on Tuesdays here for, week preparations as the Bills go into this game against the Jets on Sunday. We won't exactly turn the page yet. Don't you feel like we should spend more time remembering what was?
Yes, and I think probably today might be the day for just a little teensy bit more on how bad the defense looked.
Okay.
Little bit
more on how bad the defense looked. Maybe a little bit more space for, we were pretty close to a very different conversation about it. But, yeah, at the end of the day, I saw a clip from the afternoon show, Mike Shope, saying if this team doesn't win the Super Bowl, it'll be criminal. Basically, he then said, like, maybe I'm going a little far with that, but the idea of the Bills as they're constructed, I don't know if he meant this season or this team with Josh Allen, because it's another example, it's another edition of Josh Allen is literally, and I don't even mean, you're saying it you shouldn't say it literally like that. You mean figuratively. No, I actually might think he's Superman. What he's...
He actually is Clark Kent.
He is possibly an actual superhero. Mm-hmm. He is actually one of one. What he is I'll say something here and people might get mad. He's what people think Mahomes still is, that Mahomes used to be, that maybe Mahomes can get back to being, right? He, I guess, has to do it all the way to raising a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah.
But what we saw on Sunday night, watching all the reaction around the league, how could you kick it back to Josh Allen with a minute left? That's too much time. That's the Mahomes conversation. That's always the Mahomes conversation. That was the Peyton Manning conversation. He is the best player in football, and the other guy on the other side is probably number 2, or they're 1 and 2 the other way, however you want to do it, with Lamar and Josh. They were both incredible in this game.
Yeah.
They both had individual efforts that were off the charts, but Allen is just... The things he can do, watching him is a transcendent experience. Watching these highlights again where, here he goes, he's rolling out, and he just throws it wherever he wants. He's ever the golfer. He's Scotty Scheffler, where you can't believe how good he is at this. Oh, who's the best? That is that guy again. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? It's the third round, and Scheffler is 7 strokes back. Blink. He's in the lead. Mm-hmm. That's Josh Allen. He's Scotty Scheffler. He does whatever he wants out there, and it's absolutely incredible. So I'm just I know it's 2 days later, but yesterday was a little bit of waking up and it's kind of wild, right? And now today it's just like, oh, no, the guy's unbelievable. What are we supposed to do with it? That's right. Isn't there some element of, what do we do with this? You just got to kind of wait and watch it every week and wonder what his next trick will be. What will he do against the Jets?
Pretty much.
What will he do next?
That's why it was easy to get frustrated for me in the first half when he's not really involved. Because there is just an element of, I just want to watch this dude.
Yeah.
I just want to, and when they go in a drive and he doesn't throw the football. When it's just run, punt. And then the next drive, it's screen, hand off to Shakir inside, run. Like, okay, they march down the field. Good. I didn't get to see anything from Allen, really, on that drive. I'm like, that kind of stinks. Like, not stinks, but it's more fun to watch him just unleash hell on the defense.
Right.
For an entire half.
Right.
There's no doubt about that. Maybe it's not always the right decision, and there are other ways to play the game, and a lot of teams now are playing where you can't just go hit him with haymakers like you did in the fourth quarter. But when it does come out, it's awesome.
Is that
it's
right?
Just awesome.
Maybe that's a good conversation. Is it right that you can't play like that until you're losing?
Well,
is it right that you need the balance and all that? Or what if the Bills just played like they were losing by 16 at all times?
Mm-hmm.
Would they score 60 a game? Is that...
Would they score 60, or would it look like it did 2 years ago with Ken Dorsey?
Or 4 years ago with Brian Daboll? I mean,
maybe
2 years ago with Ken Dorsey, before they go in the tank with Dorsey and it kind of dries up because of a bad couple of games. I mean, he got fired halfway through a season. Before that, they were blowing the doors off the Dolphins. They go 3-0 and beat the Dolphins. Were they 3-0 at the time or whatever? They beat the Dolphins in week 3, the week after they score 70. And Dorsey is the toast of the town because they're throwing the ball all over the field.
That was week 4. They were 3-1.
3-1. They lost to the Jets.
The Jets in week 1.
Because Allen had thrown a couple of picks.
Yeah.
Like, they've gotten the try to bite off more than you can chew, Allen, I guess. But I'm almost ready to ask the question if he could actually bite that off now. Maybe that's... Mm-hmm. It's another golfer analogy. He's now the best hitter on tour. He doesn't have to go for every one of those tight shots. You don't have to go for every par 5 and 2, which is what it looks like he does when he's in that mode late in games. It's, just hammer it down there as much as you want.
Yeah. Well, who's doing that right now? What, is it just Cincinnati that's really doing it that way?
I don't know. It had 7 yards in the second half of a game.
Yeah, that was a tough one. So last year, maybe last year's Bengals, they did not look like that on Sunday. Week 1 Bengals, though. Sorry if you started Joe Burrow in a guillotine league. That's your own fault for starting Joe Burrow in a week 1. That's my. Who is the Eagles? Don't do it like that right now. The Chiefs don't do it like that. The Ravens maybe even are the closest. Mm-hmm. Jackson puts up video game numbers and he's throwing the ball a lot. I mean, he's probably got better weapons to do that with than Allen does.
I don't know if the Chargers are a team that's doing that, but they looked like that. They looked the part on Friday night.
Last year, though, they ran the ball a lot, and there was fewer attempts for Herbert, I think, last year than any year in his career.
But once they got him healthy and they got their receivers healthy, they started the turn.
They started going.
Yeah. And one of the jokes from Friday night, if you watch that YouTube broadcast, was Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner, every single time the Chargers passed the ball, they couldn't believe the Chargers were passing the ball. Another
that
pass.
Was funny. Rich Eisen was just blown away.
Another
every time.
pass.
Yeah. So you believe they got a first down again?
Yeah.
Rich, is usually how this works. Right. Put the ball in the hands of the really good quarterback, and they got 10 yards.
So we're all
crazy.
Maybe guilty of maybe not all of us, maybe some of us are guilty of kind of what you said, just wanting to see more of Allen selfishly as a viewer. Which
is funny because now that's the opposite from 3 years ago, 4 years ago, which was, are they using him too much?
Yeah, I never thought that. It was
a question.
I had the numbers to dispel that idea. Yeah. It was never really true. Sometimes he would scramble on his own, but, you go for the total touchdowns or the total yards with the passing and the rushing, and I put up the numbers of the percentage of the yards that Allen put up against the other top quarterbacks. He was right there with all the others. Yeah. Burrow, Mahomes, Brady at the time. Brady was in the league when we were doing this conversation about, are the Bills using Allen too much? And it just didn't make any sense to me at the time. But they do... yeah, they do kind of slow play him now. And in a game like this one on Sunday against the Ravens, I don't want to say it's quite break glass in case of emergency. It's more like wait for him to break the glass and come out.
Yeah.
He's Stone Cold Steve Austin. Psh, the glass breaks, and now, all right, you woke him up. Sorry. You gave him a little bit of a shot here, and now he's just going to rain fire on you.
Well, he last year was 14th in attempts, and he was in the top 10 every year that I'm looking back before that. Sal yesterday with me said, and he said this a couple times, that the Bills kind of want to be, like this is what they were trying to do in the first half. They want to be as he described it, a low-event team.
Right.
And
is that a good idea?
No. I can't imagine that when you have this quarterback that let me limit the amount of things that happen in a football game. Basically, is what that sounds like to me. When you're going to have the advantage at the most important position every game of the season, except for the one you just played where it's even or it's a push. So, no, I think I would want as many as possible. Because I think the bad teams would want. That's how the Giants do it in Super Bowl 25. That's
usually how underdogs play.
Underdogs play
that way.
Right. So I don't think I'd want the Bills to play that way.
But they played that way last year, and it worked very well.
They
for
did,
them, right? They played that way, and they won a lot of games. They got to the playoffs, and against Baltimore, that worked pretty well.
They've won the turnover battle 25 games in a row now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
you're going to win a lot of games if you do that. Is low event only turnovers? Because they dig themselves a double-digit hole against Baltimore with no turnovers.
No.
They had punts. That's what they had, right? You had a couple of punts. Your defense, of course, was a big part of that. If you had an average defense in that game, maybe it feels a little bit different. But, yeah, the low-event conversation is one we've had before. I, of course, always go back to that Kansas City playoff game when A.J. Klein's playing linebacker. That's a reason why you would, all right, let's make this a low-event game. Here's why we should do it. We feel like we have a deficiency, and a low-event game might help us be in it. They ultimately ended up being right by being in the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with it.
If you want the opposite, maybe what you might need is you need their defense to prove to the coaching staff that they're improved from last year, because that might be what you need. Like if they're playing that way where, hey, we're going to slow play things and we're going to run it a lot and we're going to run a lot of screens and plays where you just can't really ever have it turn negative. Like the worst that's going to happen on a screen is you're going to lose 2 yards. Whereas like you're not really going to ever throw a pick, you're very rarely going to fumble the ball. Like you're not going to get sacked for 8 behind the line of scrimmage. So that's one way to prevent that. Maybe you need your defense to prove to the offense, prove to the coaching staff that they can hang, and then they'll be like, all right, go ahead, offense. Go nuts.
Go crazy.
Because now I can trust the defense. You don't have to protect the defense anymore. The defense can protect itself. And I don't love the way that sounds, but that might be, if you want them to start slinging it like you did in the second half, you might need that.
No. 803-0550. Yeah, the fears of that kind of approach, throwing themselves out of a game, or I'm trying to think, like the last however many losses they have, and to who those losses are to. Mm-hmm. Really, I'm at a point now where at 6 a.m. I'm trying to remember, okay, let's talk about their losses that were non-playoff losses. Who'd they lose to last year?
They lost to the Rams, which was
a game where their defense got shredded.
Yep.
They lost to Baltimore in a game where their defense got shredded. And the offense in that one was really rough. But
they lost to Houston in a game where the offense was really rough.
Really rough.
And then before that, we're back into the year before, which is going to be, like, we're back into Dorsey, right?
Yeah.
That's Denver, Cincinnati.
Turnovers.
They lost to New England at New England. They lost to the Jaguars in London. The Jet lost to Zach Wilson.
Those are games they lost when the offense stalled.
Yeah.
The story about Dorsey and turnovers. And by the way, Ken Dorsey got a lot of strays on Sunday night. If you were on Twitter and following,
I did see that, yeah.
Every person frustrated with Joe Brady in the first half was saying, I didn't know Ken Dorsey came back, which, if you want to get really into the weeds there on that, I would say the two ways that they struggled were not the same at all. Dorsey didn't call run plays and punt. Dorsey was, maybe they were too aggressive, too much downfield, and of course turnovers did them in. But Right. When Dorsey was running the show, it just felt like the offense was difficult. They were stuck in the mud. And maybe that's the comparison for the first half, because in the first half, the offense looked like it was difficult, and they can only get things going when it's tempo or the chunk plays before the half. So, I don't know. Like right now, what they've got is a quarterback that is unbelievably comfortable in the offense that they do have. So even if, someone like you or me thinks, maybe it should be this or that, the quarterback is comfortable in it. There's a clip going around about the pass to Cook, and the way that Josh Allen is beating teams with his mind and beating teams with the way he moves guys around the formation. Like you have a field general that's also actually Captain America. That's also actually Iron Man himself. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's another game on Sunday where you think if this guy does not win a Super Bowl somehow, some way, in some version of these Bills, whether it's because they have a monster pass rush that also gets the job done or a perfect complementary run game, whatever it is, if this guy doesn't win, it will be more than just a disappointment for Buffalo. It'll be a shame for the entire league. And is that too far? You have a player this good. If he were to not win a Super Bowl, it would be a shame for football to not see it.
Would it supersede Marino?
Yes.
Think it would, right?
Yes. By a lot. I think it supersedes Marino by a lot.
Marino did throw 5,000 yards in 1983.
He was ahead of his time.
Yeah.
It would be insane for him to never actually win one.
Yep.
And that was a reminder on Sunday. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. You want to give us a ring? Are you feeling like on the DEFCON system of using Allen too much and using Allen not enough? And where do you think we are right now? Not enough, and that's why he had to take over the game? Do you want to see more of that? 803-0550. Of course we will, yes. Dig into some of what happened on defense, talk about their matchup this week against the Jets, and poke around the entire AFC because the picture as of week 1 looks pretty good for the Bills. Jerry and Kenmore leads us off this morning. Hey, Jerry.
Hey, good morning. I think it's game dependent. This was a team in Baltimore that you could not be chasing. You cannot allow that team to get a 10 or a 14-point lead because then they do what they want. And there might not be enough possessions in the game to catch up. Those second and those third series were so aggravating as a fan. Anybody over the age of 40 knows when Cook goes for 9 on first down, what is that next play called? It's called a free play because it's 2nd and 1. And what do? We run Cook for a 1-yard loss. Now it's 3rd and 2. Stop getting into third down. Stay out of third downs, please. This is like the Avengers. It's like Hulk. They don't use Hulk till they need him. Well, why not use Hulk from the beginning sometimes, and then you don't have a problem? He's the Hulk.
Yeah, he's a freak. He's incredible. And watching the reaction from around the entire league.
Yeah, that was fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. There was a lot of Ravens beating themselves again yesterday. Yeah. But there was a proper amount of Allen praise, I think, from what I saw.
It's one of the reasons that being on this side of the craziest game ever is fun. You get a window into the stages of losing that game. Baltimore, if you're following any Ravens fans, like I've got no problem with anybody that are Ravens fans, but Kevin Ostreicher, who we had on the show last week of Locked On Ravens, he tweeted out the Zapruder film of the Ravens punt that was downed at the 1-inch line where the guy's wrist touched the goal line, so then it became a touchback.
Yeah.
All right. When you lose a game like that, you dig into every single play. Sure, man. Congratulations. Like, if you're a Ravens fan upset about the fact that ball was downed at the 1, but then he bounced into his wrist, his pad broke the plane, sure. It's week 1. Relax. If you're Baltimore, I feel like you should actually be a little bit chill about how it happened. You blew a lead. It does happen. It's week 1. It doesn't ultimately matter.
If I were them, I wouldn't be chill. I'd be chill after maybe the 4th time it happened. How about after the 8th?
Well,
I think this coach has got a major problem.
Well, you might
more than well beyond what we've got with McDermott here. It's like 13 seconds happening over and over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah, I mean, except it's not. I mean, because all those are in the regular season, and what is the story of the Ravens? It's what they do in the playoffs.
They do it in the playoffs too. They don't have leads like
that.
this.
Well, that's the point.
They make mistakes and they're not buttoned up. Like, they should not lose those playoff games that they've lost. They shouldn't have lost the last one.
Well, they had turnovers. That's not on the coach. The coach doesn't turn the ball over. The players did, right? That's Lamar turned it over, and Andrews dropped the pass, and Andrews had a fumble poked loose.
Mm-hmm.
I read a big long thread about Harbaugh and the Ravens from Timo Risk and Kevin Cole of Unexpected Points as well. The two of them are kind of going after it. Like, the Ravens are a team that has had some kind of rough luck, a little bit like the Bills, where sometimes you lose close games to great teams and you think it's kind of bad luck. If it's a bad spot here or somebody dropped the pass or somebody did that. And their takeaway was you can blame who you want. If you're a Harbaugh guy, you can go after Harbaugh. And if you're a Lamar guy, you can go after Lamar. Kind of like how Bills fans, what do? The Bills fans that want to go after McDermott, it's McDermott's fault. You want to go after a player over here, it's the player's fault. Anyway, 8030550. More of your phone calls. For the Bills and the Ravens, we're remembering it because it was, of course, incredible. And on the slider of the battle for Josh Allen's soul and how much we want him to do, Sunday was a reminder he can do a lot. Question is, should the Bills ask more earlier in these games? I guess in this game, that's the question. 8030550, 1-888-550-2550. We will recap the week that was, get your phone calls in, talk with Howard today to pick the Bills, and, of course, keep rolling here as the football season is underway. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Because it's another example, it's another edition of Josh Allen is literally, and I don't even mean, you're saying it you shouldn't say it literally like that. You mean figuratively. No, I actually might think he's Superman. What he's...
He actually is Clark Kent.
He is possibly an actual superhero. Mm-hmm. He is actually one of one. What he is I'll say something here and people might get mad. He's what people think Mahomes still is, that Mahomes used to be, that maybe Mahomes can get back to being, right? He, I guess, has to do it all the way to raising a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah.
But what we saw on Sunday night, watching all the reaction around the league, how could you kick it back to Josh Allen with a minute left? That's too much time. That's the Mahomes conversation. That's always the Mahomes conversation. That was the Peyton Manning conversation. He is the best player in football, and the other guy on the other side is probably number 2, or they're 1 and 2 the other way, however you want to do it, with Lamar and Josh. They were both incredible in this game.
Yeah.
They both had individual efforts that were off the charts, but Allen is just... The things he can do, watching him is a transcendent experience. Watching these highlights again where, here he goes, he's rolling out, and he just throws it wherever he wants. He's ever the golfer. He's Scotty Scheffler, where you can't believe how good he is at this. Oh, who's the best? That is that guy again. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? It's the 3rd round, and Scheffler is 7 strokes back. Blink. He's in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
That's Josh Allen. He's Scotty Scheffler. He does whatever he wants out there, and it's absolutely incredible. So I'm just kind of, I know it's 2 days later, but yesterday was a little bit of waking up and it was kind of wild, right? And now today it's just like, oh, no, the guy's unbelievable. What are we supposed to do with it? That's right. Isn't there some element of, what do we do with this? You just got to kind of wait and watch it every week and wonder what his next trick will be. What will he do against the Jets?
Pretty much. Sal yesterday with me said, and he said this a couple times, that the Bills kind of want to be, this is what they were trying to do in the first half. They want to be as he described it, a low-event team.
Right.
And
is that a good idea?
No. I can't imagine that when you have this quarterback that let me limit the amount of things that happen in a football game. Basically, is what that sounds like to me. When you're going to have the advantage at the most important position every game of the season, except for the one you just played where it's even or it's a push. So, no, I think I would want as many as possible. Because I think the bad teams would want. That's how the Giants do it in Super Bowl 25. That's
usually how underdogs play.
Underdogs play
that way.
Right. So I don't think I'd want the Bills to play that way.
But they played that way last year, and it worked very well.
They
for
did,
them, right? They played that way, and they won a lot of games. They got to the playoffs, and against Baltimore, that worked pretty well.
They've won the turnover battle 25 games in a row now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
you're going to win a lot of games if you do that. Is low event only turnovers? Because they dig themselves a double-digit hole against Baltimore with no turnovers.
No.
They had punts. That's what they had, right? You had a couple of punts. Your defense, of course, was a big part of that. If you had an average defense in that game, maybe it feels a little bit different. But, the low-event conversation is one we've had before. I, of course, always go back to that Kansas City playoff game when A.J. Klein's playing linebacker. That's a reason why you would, all right, let's make this a low-event game. Here's why we should do it. We feel like we have a deficiency, and a low-event game might help us be in it. They ultimately ended up being right by being in the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with it.
If you want the opposite, maybe what you might need is you need their defense to prove to the coaching staff that they're improved from last year. Monday Night Football, the Minnesota Vikings win over the Chicago Bears 27-24. Didn't start well for J.J. McCarthy in his debut for Minnesota. Threw a pick 6 in the first half to go down 11, but he did bounce back in the second half and comes back to win. Vikings with a 3-point victory over Chicago. We are through week 1. Injuries around the league. The 49ers have as many as anybody. George Kittle out multiple games with a hamstring injury. Brock Purdy is uncertain for week 2 versus New Orleans. He has shoulder and toe injuries. Juwan Jennings in San Francisco is also injured right now. He'll be worth tracking throughout the week as well. Brock Bowers, who picked up an injury for the Raiders, their star second-year tight end. He has a knee injury, but is considered day-to-day going into week number 2. For the Bills, we'll see about Tre'Davious White. Sean McDermott will meet with the media tomorrow. He did yesterday. We'll get an injury report tomorrow as well. If you missed McDermott yesterday on Ed Oliver, amongst other things, that's on our website, WGR550.com. Also in Kansas City, one other injury update. Xavier Worthy is considered day-to-day, and Ian Rappaport reported that the plan seems to be that Worthy will attempt to play with a brace instead of having surgery. So we'll see if he plays against the Eagles in week 2. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Thielen in motion. McCarthy keeps. He's got it. And forces his way into the end zone. Touchdown. Hawkinson out in front of him. And J.J. McCarthy takes it into the end zone.
Joe Buck on the call. J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings come back to beat the Bears last night in Chicago. I've got 2 stats of the day. I know we're only supposed to do 1, but I'm going to do 2 because I think they're both really interesting. One is Rich Freebar Lord Reeves on Twitter of where Sharp Football Analysis pointed out that last night, if there was no defensive touchdown or special teams touchdown in the game, it would be the first time in the 2000s to not have a defensive score in week 1. So going in, it was a little bit of, it's really rare for there not to be a defensive touchdown in the league. Mm-hmm. And then what happened? Pick 6.
Pick 6 last night, yeah.
To me, knowing it going in was incredible. Wow, I wonder if we'll get a defensive touchdown tonight.
And we did.
Pick 6. Wow.
Should have bet it.
I honestly thought of, but that would just be betting it's due.
That would be it.
It's not real good math to do. It's just, hey, you know what? They're probably due. So that's the first one. The second one is, same Lord Reeves on Twitter from Rich Rebar. There's still one game to go, right? This is, again, going into the game. So 2 stats going into the game that are incredible. He pointed out we had the most rushing points from quarterbacks ever to kick off a season. That from a fantasy standpoint, quarterbacks are rushing for touchdowns. Before the game, quarterbacks had set records for attempts and touchdowns. They both ran for touchdowns.
Yeah.
So it was the week 1 record setter for rushing touchdowns for quarterbacks around the league.
Yeah.
Crazy. So anyway, those are your stats of the day. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Tuesday. Hopefully you're a little well-rested, caught up on some sleep. We're talking about the incredibleness that still was that game. And, talking about the Bills' usage of Josh Allen, because I think the frustration in the first half was feeling like you have this incredible quarterback. You should be using him. So if you want to chat about that with us, you can. Then again, on the other side, they didn't really use Lamar that much because Derrick Henry just takes the ball and runs 1,000 yards.
It's tough. There were drives that were lost for Lamar because his running back just selfishly decided to get all the yards on one single drive.
Right.
Yeah.
Eric in Lockport. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Hey, morning, boys. How's it going?
Good.
So I just kind of want to talk about the game. I thought it was a master class on how coaching impacts games, both sides. For the Bills, I really, it's a classic McDermott thing where, it seems like they realize way too late that the defense doesn't have it and that they're in a shootout. And then, holy cow, the running the ball on 2nd and 3rd and short. It was like the Ravens were in the huddle. I don't know how many times they tried it, and it did not work once. They were trying to run the ball in the 4th quarter down 15 on 2nd and 3rd and short, and it wasn't working. It just was way too predictable. And then on the Ravens side, this is probably got to be the 6th or 7th time Harbaugh has punted a game away on them. Not only was it bad on analytics and percentages, but it fails the gut check. Josh Allen took 2 plays to get a field goal in the first half. He watched it happen earlier. And then your own offense puts up 40 points. I don't know. I had heard that Lamar said he was cramping. There was some kind of explanation. I don't know, punting the ball is not an option. I'm running to play with my backup quarterback if I have to, but I just kind of wanted to throw it out there. Appreciate it, guys. I'll hang up and listen.
One thing about Lamar cramping on that play before they were for 4th and 3, did you see the replay of the 3rd down pass?
I saw him get smoked right by Ed Oliver.
Lit.
Yeah, as hard as a quarterback's ever going to get hit.
Lit up. So whether it was bell rung, cramp, feeling it, whatever. He came off the field. He says it was cramping. Otherwise, he would have been trying to go for that play.
Which, is he going to get blowback for that?
I don't think so.
Cramping? Really? I don't want to play the what would Josh Allen do in that situation, but we think he would come off the field? We think Tom Brady would come off the field?
He didn't call himself off the field.
Well, that's how he made it sound.
He said
we would have gone for it if I wasn't cramping.
That's not what he said. He said he was asked if he talked to the coach. He said I was cramping, and if I wasn't, maybe I would have tried to talk to him about it.
Okay. So then it was on Harbaugh.
The question is, would you have tried to overrule the coach? And there's a question to be asked, would Allen have tried to do that there? Maybe.
Okay, so then Harbaugh's the one that decided to go for on 4th down. The egregious decision to punt was all Harbaugh, then.
They lost 8 points of win probability, 8 percentage points.
That is as high as you will ever see on a decision like that.
By punting. And
that's brutal.
And for anyone that doesn't hey, what is win probability, blah, 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 does it factor in Josh Allen's on the other side? I don't think it does.
I don't
think it does.
No.
And it was still a -8. to punt the ball there. Josh Allen, to me, if I'm a Ravens fan, and you said it's a -8 on win probability, I'd say that's Josh Allen. This is a -80.
Right.
They're
You've
going to get
seen
in
what
range.
he's been doing in the last 2 drives, like moving. They've been moving the ball down the field.
Right.
They had to get lucky on the touchdown, but they were moving it. I
wonder if you could go to the greatest comebacks in history. This Bills one is not like one of the greatest ever, but it's pretty close in terms of how late it was. You just go back in time and offer the coach who blows the historic lead and say, hey, just real quick, do you want to try and get 4 yards and stop this right here?
Yeah.
Do you want to try and get 2 yards? How many times in all these comebacks has a team just punted on a 4th and 1? Yeah, it's probably fine. It's okay. We're still up this many points.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull up the comeback game.
I have the box score open. I want to see if they did
the Oilers punt on 4th and 3
They must
like
have,
5
right?
times.
There has to be some bad punts, especially in the early 90s. There's got to be some bad punts.
A lot of punts. Mo in New Jersey. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I got to be honest with you. In that situation, I think Harbaugh's damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if he goes for it, they don't get it. The Bills get the ball back, and they just run the clock out, make them use their timeouts.
And
the way it would have shook out.
Well, I think
there was too much time, wasn't there?
I think if the Bills get the ball there and you make your stops, they kick, and you have time. And that's part of the reason why you do go for it is because you want the Bills to only have 38 yards to go instead of, 80 yards or whatever it ultimately ended up being.
Yeah, if they had gone for that play and not gotten it, how much time would have been on the clock? I'll look that up, but I think there was definitely more than 2 minutes. That's for sure, and they had all their timeouts.
All right. Well, anyway, yeah. So I want to talk about Josh Allen real quick. In the first half, right, we have, in my eyes, probably the best player in the NFL. Right? If he's not one, he's two.
Yep.
And the first drive, he was so locked in. There was a rope to Kincaid for a touchdown. I'm thinking, here we go. Like, we didn't see him all preseason, and he's locked in already. Let him loose. And the next 2 drives, I think we ran 3 times in a row, and then the next drive, and then punted. The next drive, we ran like a couple of times in one throw. I'm like, what are we doing here? Are we trying to take him out of his rhythm? Like, we're our own worst enemy sometimes. In the beginning of his career, yes, we needed to protect him sometimes. I felt like he would just, he would go out there and just do what he does, but we had to protect him from himself. But now he knows his way around the football field better than anybody else. And I trust him with the keys to the city. You know what I mean? Like, just go do it. And when we do things like that, first, second down, these runs, like, I know that has to be part of the game, but don't give me 3 runs in a row and punt. And I just got so frustrated. I felt like that just let some of the air out of the game for us. And then the last thing I want to touch on, I don't know if you guys touched on this yesterday. If you did, I apologize. But 41-40, I don't think it's ever been done before.
Yeah, it
I
is.
do think that was the first time again it was a scoregami. So
Yep.
I just wanted to bring that up. But thanks a lot, fellas.
Thanks, Mo. It was scoregami. We at one point thought about a scoregami draft where we were going to draft scores.
Yeah.
Hey, we got our former Bill, future Bill fantasy league. We could do a scoregami fantasy league if you want. To the point about the 4th down. So if the Ravens go for that.
It was less than 2 minutes.
It was less than 2 minutes,
Yeah.
but it was a lot of time.
1:33.
1:33, and you have all three. You have all 3 time. Sorry, Mo. 1:33, and you have all timeouts. Again, like, to me, the enemy is, of course, the game-winning field goal. But the worst-case scenario is not the Bills get a field goal. It's they get a 29-yarder at the gun. That's actually the worst thing that can happen. If they had a 29-yarder with 34 seconds left, that's better. So how can Baltimore actually save time without using timeouts? By having the Bills need less field. The Bills get the ball and get control of the clock. The ability to on the first play of the game, or the first play that 4th quarter drive, the Bills get a 6-yard pass to Shakir and kill 21 seconds.
All right.
To go 6 yards. Then it's a run for Keon, a pass to Coleman for 8, a run for Allen out of bounds. Like, the Bills are in control of the clock here. Pass to Palmer for 32, and now they're already where they were before, the 34-yard line, and they have killed off 30 seconds in doing so. If instead of that, they get those 30 yards, even if they get to the 5, even if they get in the end zone, what I want to find Baltimore is, you know what? They might score. I don't know. I'll try and stop them, but I'm going to try and find any way I can to make sure Lamar is the last person with the ball in his hands. And by punting, they gave that up.
And the odds of getting to all those defensive scenarios in the first place are probably an underdog to they get 3 yards and get a first down.
Smartest coaching decision of the week happened in Minnesota and Chicago last night. I actually don't know if it's the smartest because I didn't watch every single game. But a very, very smart play with the new kickoff rules. Tell you what that is next.
Sal yesterday with me said, and he said this a couple times, that the Bills kind of want to be, this is what they were trying to do in the first half. They want to be as he described it, a low event
Jeremy
team.
White here to tell you about
AAA.
Is that a good idea?
I'm not, no. I can't imagine that when you have this quarterback that let me limit the amount of things that happen in a football game. Basically, is what that sounds like to me. When you're going to have the advantage at the most important position every game of the season, except for the one you just played where it's even or it's a push. So, no, I think I would want as many as possible. Because I think the bad teams would want. That's how the Giants do it in Super Bowl 25. That's
usually how underdogs play.
Underdogs play
that way.
Right. So I don't think I'd want the Bills to play that way.
But they played that way last year, and it worked very well.
They
for
did.
them, right? They played that way, and they won a lot of games. They got to the playoffs, and against Baltimore, that worked pretty well.
They've won the turnover battle 25 games in a row now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You're going to win a lot of games if you do that. Is low event only turnovers? Because they dig themselves a double-digit hole against Baltimore with no turnovers.
No.
They had punts. That's what they had, right? You had a couple of punts. Your defense, of course, was a big part of that. If you had an average defense in that game, maybe it feels a little bit different. But, the low event conversation is one we've had before. I, of course, always go back to that Kansas City playoff game when A.J. Klein's playing linebacker. That's a reason why you would, all right, let's make this a low event game. Here's why we should do it. We feel like we have a deficiency, and a low event game might help us be in it. They ultimately ended up being right by being in the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with it.
If you want the opposite, maybe what you might need is you need their defense to prove to the coaching staff that they're improved from last year.
Because it's another example, it's another edition of Josh Allen is literally, and I don't even mean, you're saying it you shouldn't say it literally like that. You mean figuratively. No, I think I actually might think he's Superman. What he's...
He actually is Clark Kent.
He is possibly an actual superhero. Mm-hmm. He is actually one of one. What he is I'll say something here and people might get mad. He's what people think Mahomes still is, that Mahomes used to be, that maybe Mahomes can get back to being, right? He, I guess, has to do it all the way to raising a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah.
But what we saw on Sunday night, watching all the reaction around the league, how could you kick it back to Josh Allen with a minute left? That's too much time. That's the Mahomes conversation. That's always the Mahomes conversation. That was the Peyton Manning conversation. He is the best player in football, and the other guy on the other side is probably number 2, or they're 1 and 2 the other way, however you want to do it, with Lamar and Josh. They were both incredible in this game.
Yeah.
They both had individual efforts that were off the charts, but Allen is just... The things he can do, watching him is a transcendent experience. Watching these highlights again where, here he goes, he's rolling out, and he just throws it wherever he wants. He's ever the golfer. He's Scotty Scheffler, where you can't believe how good he is at this. Oh, who's the best? That is that guy again. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? It's the third round, and Scheffler is 7 strokes back. Blink. He's in the lead. Mm-hmm. That's Josh Allen. He's Scotty Scheffler. He does whatever he wants out there, and it's absolutely incredible. So I'm just I know it's 2 days later, but yesterday was a little bit of waking up and it was kind of wild, right? And now today it's just like, oh, no, the guy's unbelievable. What are we supposed to do with it? That's right. Isn't there some element of, what do we do with this? You just got to kind of wait and watch it every week and wonder what his next trick will be. What will he do against the Jets?
Pretty much.
call of the week, though, happened last night in Chicago between the Bears and the Vikings late in the game. So this is one of those ones where you're like, yeah, obviously that's a great idea. The Vikings are leading. Chicago scores a touchdown, and they get to that spot where it's like, well, what are we going to do, onside kick, or what should we do? And there's 2 minutes and 2 seconds left in this game, Joe.
Okay. They're down 3.
That's right. The Bears kick it away to Minnesota. It is fielded deep in the end zone. 7 yards deep in the end zone.
Yeah.
The Vikings bring it out. Instead of just taking the 35-yard line for the touchback, the Vikings bring it out. Why do they bring it out? Because by returning the kick, they take the clock from 2:02 to 1:55. Instead of their first snap being right before the 2-minute warning, they killed the 2-minute warning with a return.
Yep.
And in doing so, effectively bled an additional 40 seconds off the clock because now they can run another play. The Bears are going to have to use their timeouts, of which they had, I believe, all 3. The Bears had one. The Bears had one timeout. If you just kneel there and take the 35-yard line, first snap, 2-minute warning. Second snap, Bears timeout. Instead, it's first snap, Bears timeout, and the warning is already gone. Right. The Bears got the ball back with 9 seconds left.
And it would have been 49 seconds.
Right.
That's really sharp.
They would have maybe had to get a first down or think about a first down. Instead, Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings with a brilliant galaxy brain. You know what? And this wasn't, again, 7 yards deep. Maybe in the moment you're saying, why are you bringing it out? They're bringing it out because it kills a full play.
Yep.
Kudos to Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings. It helped them get the win, 27-24. Coaching call of the week, returning a kick 7 yards deep. They lost 9 yards, bled clock, and avoided the 2-minute warning from even really being a factor. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. Thanks, Larry.
Yeah, I'm one of the fans that Josh Allen was disappointed in, so I'm just going to have to donate that $17 to see if I can get back in his good graces. Yeah, unfortunately, I was traveling, and I was at the mercy of my ride, and they said they were leaving, so I didn't really have too much of a choice. So as I was watching this game, going through the first 3 quarters, all I kept thinking about, I'm still thinking about this, of course, is that the money that being spent on the offseason on defense, and then all our draft capital in the first 4 rounds on defense, and they still cannot figure out how to handle Henry. It blows me away that almost every single game he plays, whether it's Tennessee or Baltimore, he really, breaks a long run against us or does what he did in that game. So, yeah, I'm super happy we got the fumble and in that tip ball for the touchdown. So, we had a little luck on our side a little bit, but, they worked their butts off to get there. But the defense is what's really disappointing me. I was also going to tell you that Brandon Beane needs to call you and apologize for his behavior earlier this year, especially when it comes to the wide receiver, because all I'm thinking is, how is it possible, like the 2 callers have already mentioned, for Cook to run 8 yards in the 2nd and 2, I looked at the people I was sitting with. I said, here's the chance where you go over the middle. Josh Allen over the middle or Josh Allen downfield. Open it up. When they opened it up in the 4th quarter, oh, wow, we actually have wide receivers. And we have wide receivers that can play. We have wide receivers that can catch. And they didn't even include Elijah Moore very much in that onslaught in the 4th quarter. He's the one that actually has the downfield speed that can get some separation. But Palmer, my goodness, this guy is – I loved him when he was with the Chargers. I love the signing. It'd be nice to see if Curtis Samuel can ever actually play and see what our receivers can do. But I still think – I am on that train, Jeremy. I still think it doesn't have to be a number 1 wide receiver, but it's got to be a wide receiver that they feel confident enough that they can use to get that separation throughout the game. Why are we waiting until – like the gentleman said, breakout Hulk. Why are we waiting to the 4th quarter when it's absolutely necessary to let the MVP, and which could arguably be the best player in the NFL, do his thing? Why are we being so conservative? I figured Brady would have learned his lesson by now, or McDermott would have learned his lesson by now, and let this guy just be Superman when he wants to be Superman. unleash them. It's like, what are we doing? We are wasting so much talent and so much time with the best player we've ever seen. And look, I'm 62, and it's going to be really hard for me to say that all the great players, he's the best that we've ever had. And I felt just watching those first three quarters, what are we doing and what did Bean do with this defense when he completely ignored getting a separating wide receiver? So I'd love to get your comments on it. It was great to be there. I'm actually was sick to my stomach walking back to the car watching it on my phone. I was like, I can't believe I just did this. But anyway, it's a great win. But you're right. Allen is unbelievable, and it doesn't matter when he was breaking to the left and to the right and he's throwing across his body. I used to be terrified. Now I expect great things.
The ball leaves his hand here. It's just, who's going to catch it? Like, it's going to be complete. You're going to find somebody, especially late in games. Thanks, Larry. We can get to the wide receiver conversation. I mean, I feel like they had a great day late once things kind of broke down. Earlier in the day, it is one of the reasons I think they were in a hole, is they were having trouble getting open. But, the whole thing's a work in progress, and we'll get into the defense there and some of their new pieces. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, it's Tuesday now. We're chatting about that game between the Bills and the Ravens. Have another note on that Bears touchback from Bulldog, which is a good point here made on the Manning cast. Football season, baby. We're back. You can join us, 803-0550. Are they letting Superman be Superman enough? I guess that's the conversation today here on WGR. I've got two stats of the day. I know we're only supposed to do one, but I'm going to do two because I think they're both really interesting. One is Rich Rebar, Lord Reeves on Twitter of Sharp Football Analysis pointed out that last night, if there was no defensive touchdown or special teams touchdown in the game, it would be the first time in the 2000s to not have a defensive score in week one. So going in, it was a little bit of, it's really rare for there not to be a defensive touchdown in the league. Mm-hmm. And then what happened? Pick six.
Pick six last night, yeah.
To me, knowing it going in was incredible. Wow, I wonder if we'll get a defensive touchdown tonight.
And we did.
Pick six. Wow.
Should have bet it.
I honestly thought of, but that would just be betting it's due.
That would be it,
It's not real good math to do. It's just, hey, you know what? They're probably due. So that's the first one. The second one is, same Lord Reeves on Twitter from Rich Rebar. There's still one game to go, right? This is, again, going into the game. So two stats going into the game that are incredible. He pointed out we had the most rushing points from quarterbacks ever to kick off a season. That from a fantasy standpoint, quarterbacks are rushing for touchdowns. Before the game, quarterbacks had set records for attempts and touchdowns. They both ran for touchdowns.
Yeah.
So it was the week one record setter for rushing touchdowns for quarterbacks around the league.
Yeah.
Crazy. Because it's another example, it's another edition of Josh Allen is literally, and I don't even mean, you're saying it you shouldn't say it literally like that. You mean figuratively. No, I actually might think he's Superman. What he's...
He actually is Clark Kent.
He is possibly an actual superhero. Mm-hmm. He is actually one of one. What he is I'll say something here and people might get mad. He's what people think Mahomes still is, that Mahomes used to be, that maybe Mahomes can get back to being, right? He, I guess, has to do it all the way to raising a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah.
But what we saw on Sunday night, watching all the reaction around the league, how could you kick it back to Josh Allen with a minute left? That's too much time. That's the Mahomes conversation. That's always the Mahomes conversation. That was the Peyton Manning conversation. He is the best player in football, and the other guy on the other side is probably number two, or they're 1 and 2 the other way, however you want to do it. with Lamar and Josh. They were both incredible in this game.
Yeah.
They both had individual efforts that were off the charts, but Allen is just the things he can do. Watching him is a transcendent experience. Watching these highlights again where, here he goes, he's rolling out, and he just throws it wherever he wants. He's ever the golfer. He's Scotty Scheffler, where you can't believe how good he is at this. Oh, who's the best? That is that guy again. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? It's the third round, and Scheffler is 7 strokes back. Blink. He's in the lead. Mm-hmm. That's Josh Allen. He's Scotty Scheffler. He does whatever he wants out there, and it's absolutely incredible. So I'm just I know it's 2 days later, but yesterday was a little bit of waking up and it was kind of wild, right? And now today it's just like, oh, no, the guy's unbelievable. What are we supposed to do with it? That's right. Isn't there some element of what do we do with this? You just got to kind of wait and watch it every week and wonder what his next trick will be. What will he do against the Jets?
Pretty much. Week 1 is in the books. Sean McDermott meeting with the media yesterday. You can find that on our website, WGR550.com, and the Odyssey app. Spoke about Ed Oliver, amongst other things. No injury updates of note until probably tomorrow, Trey White and others. The 49ers have a lot of injuries in San Francisco. George Kittle is out multiple games with a hamstring injury. He was hurt on Sunday. Brock Purdy is uncertain for Week 2 versus New Orleans with shoulder and toe injuries. If he can't start, it will be Mac Jones that plays at quarterback for the 49ers. Juwan Jennings, their receiver, also dealing with an injury. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brian Dable confirmed that Russell Wilson will start again in Week 2 against the Dallas Cowboys. It didn't go great for Wilson in Week 1. Andy Reid says that Xavier Worthy is day-to-day. Ian Rappaport reports the plan is to rehab and attempt to play with a brace for Worthy rather than have surgery on his shoulder injury. Monday Night Football last night, Vikings and the Bears completing Week 1. Minnesota got down 11 and came back to win. J.J. McCarthy bouncing back from a pick six that he threw, rushing touchdown for him, a couple of passing touchdowns as well, and the Vikings win it 27-24. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Naturally, early in the season, you're trying to get a feel of what's new in the next season, right? We just played an outstanding team, outstanding defense. They were very different than the last time we played them. And sometimes you can get caught up trying to figure that out. We had a couple 3-and-outs that it's hard to get back in a rhythm. In the second half, you start to get in a feel of exact kind of how the game's being played. Kind of have to kind of throw the ball at that point. We were kind of in a 2-minute drill basically the whole second half. And would have loved to be able to obviously get people more involved in the first half. Those 2 3-and-outs were something that was big that kept me up last night.
Joe Brady on the offensive performance in the opener against Baltimore, where they racked up nearly 500 yards. Josh Allen, 394 passing. The 2 3-and-outs kept him up at night. I like Brady's self-evaluations. I think he's good with that stuff. You know, he sounds like the kind of competitor that doesn't dwell on and have it he just kept him up at night. But, you know, at training camp, Joe, he said, you know, last 2 years we had the ball and we didn't get it done. You know, he's got a great offense, and he knows he's got a great offense, but he still is willing to kind of seek perfection, if I could say that, without making it too much about being a perfectionist. I like the way that he does that, the way that he evaluates it. Saying that those 3-and-outs, you know, kind of took the rhythm out of them. They do that, right? I mean, you ran a couple times, you threw some short passes, you got 3-and-out, and that's how Baltimore built its lead. Was your defense was not making stops, and it wasn't even feeling like Baltimore made stops on the Bills so much as you ran stuff that was limited and wasn't going to get the job done. And that's, I think, of course, the source of some frustration for Bills fans in the first half. 803-0550, we're talking about it with you. The Bills 1-0, the AFC playoff picture after 1 week. If you are a mission number 1 seed, then it was about as good a week as you could ask for. Chiefs, Bengals lose. The Chargers and the Broncos, I guess, are the teams you're thinking about right now.
Even Houston,
they lost. Yeah. I mean, it's a great day. The division,
and the Ravens losing is the biggest.
Yep,
the biggest of this.
The division
obviously
is all 0-1 except for Buffalo. So, you know, things went well.
And the Bills, I saw Mike Shope tweet this out yesterday, that the Bills' next 8 opponents all lost in week 1.
Yeah. So, looking ahead real quickly, then we'll get back to your phone calls on Josh Allen and like the plan for letting him be that. When he says we're forced to throw the entire second half, how'd that go? Great.
Yeah, it was awesome.
We'll force you to throw in the first half. No, it's fine.
5th most passing yards he's had in a game.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. So, on the picture, I said to you, the Bills and the Chiefs play in week 9, week 8, whenever it is. The Chiefs' next few games, they play the Eagles this week.
Yep.
If they play the Eagles, they are 0. If they lose to the Eagles, they are 0-2. How long until the Bills will lose 2 games? You look at that schedule. I know anybody can beat anybody, but the idea that they're going to lose 2 games before they play the Chiefs. Good luck. Howard picks the Bills later today.
Yeah.
I'm going to stick with this prediction until the day comes. When the Bills play the Chiefs at Highmark Stadium, a win will make it so we know they will not be going to Arrowhead in the playoffs. They'll probably be up in the standings, and if they win that game, that's another 2-game swing, the tiebreaker, and one of, just like the Baltimore game was. I know it's a look ahead, but we could be sitting here in November on a Sunday at 4:25 saying, you win this game, you're not going to Arrowhead, period. It's pretty good. Especially if the Chiefs lose to the Eagles.
There's no complicated NFL rule where, like, actually you have to play in Arrowhead anyway.
I feel
because
like
everybody has to play in
Arrowhead. We
Arrowhead.
have seen that the last decade. There's a lot of that.
Games just seem to show up there randomly.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on the offense. On the defense, Larry in South Florida called before the break. I think we have to, or we should, I know it's not easy to give the defense some grace here, but they are missing 4 regular players, Ogunjobi and Hoyt, who we don't know how they will affect this defense yet. Hairston, we also don't know much about him yet. He got hurt. We'll see when he comes back.
Right.
Trey White, okay, this version of Trey White, we don't exactly know yet. But those are 4 pieces that we thought would be regular pieces to this defense. And young players, Deion Walker, TJ Sanders, like, all right, give them a little. So I'm up to 6 pieces that what they are right now, I don't know if those 6 pieces are the same 6 assets in 4 months, 3 months, 2 months even. So it doesn't mean I know that it's going to get better, but you did play the toughest team you're probably going to play offensively without knowing what those pieces are really going to be. So it's not good the way the defense played, but I got to kind of hang my hat on that a little bit, that it's a work in progress from a personnel standpoint and from the player development standpoint.
Yeah, that is one way to do it. I mean, if you really look at it, though, in terms of like who plays the most, they only were missing 1 starter, right? Like if you were to play Baltimore in a playoff game, how many different starters would you have? Just the outside corner.
I think
everybody else would be the same?
I think Michael Hoyt is a
He's playing more than Rousseau or Bosa?
I think he is as rotated in as almost anybody in that
so
group.
Hoyt would be maybe like another one.
I think Hoyt is a significant piece of what they plan to do.
Okay. Because I don't know that it's enough. I mean, I got a lot of guys that were on the field on that Sunday that are going to be out there on the field again. Like this, I think last year they were missing more with Balin Spector is playing and Cam Lewis is playing and Jamarcus Ingram is playing and Cole Bishop is playing. Like I had 4 or 5 starters last year, different, I think, from the regular season game to the playoff game.
Isn't Hoyt one of the most likely to see a lot of snaps against Baltimore? That opponent specific.
That type of player?
That specific opponent. I mean, a guy that's listed as an end that can play linebacker, that can, I mean, again, we joke about nickel corner sometimes. Isn't he exactly the player they're going to use a lot against Baltimore?
Yeah, because they're going to move him around, and he's going to play something. He might even play defensive tackle sometimes. Will he be the 3rd linebacker at times?
Very possible.
Yeah, like I don't know what that's going to look like. Like he's, yeah, it's very questionable because even in the preseason, they really just used him as an edge rusher, right?
Yeah.
But that's preseason. That's not the chess piece. You don't want to give away how you plan on using him in the first place.
Is he a little bit? I mean, Bosa didn't play a poor game. He got caught a couple times by Lamar, right?
Yeah, he came close.
Does Hoyt become better at that, setting the edge?
You're hoping he helps you against Henry more than he helps you against Lamar?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's worth mentioning him, at least, as a guy that would be in there.
That's right.
So they're missing a bunch of pieces, but then again, there are also pieces in there you might be concerned about. The safeties. I mean, those were the safeties.
That's my biggest. And I don't want Henry getting to the second level, the third level, really. But those two just looked. It's Henry, right? Like, it's Derrick Henry. He might be the best running back who's ever lived.
It's Henry.
But, man, they just didn't even come close.
You had 2 highlights, and the Bishop one looks worse. I think the Rapp one is worse.
The Rapp one's worse. The Bishop one, maybe once in a while, he finds a way to slow him down so someone else can catch him up.
Right.
Rapp isn't even putting a hand on him.
No, Rapp, bad angle. He just gets torched on that play. Johnny in Buffalo. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. It was just awesome watching that game the other night after having like 24 hours to kind of decompress. You just learn to appreciate and love Josh Allen even more. I know we all love Allen, but what he did the other night was just absolutely spectacular. Just the way he kept plays alive, the throws he made in timely situations. I think the only thing we can really be frustrated on is obviously some of the play calling in the first half when you kind of want the ball in his hands every single play. And he just appears so dialed in, and he's taken that next step in his game where he's just really beginning to kind of become one of those elite guys before the pre-snap, making pre-snap reads, really understanding what the defense is doing. We saw it on that Cook screen. We saw it on that throw to Keon. He's checking plays at the line. He's making signals. And it reminds me of the way that, the Brady's and the Mannings did things as they progress in their careers. And it's just awesome to watch. When it comes to the defense, I agree with you, Jeremy. It's just this defense is going to look, I think, vastly different come playoff time with these added pieces back, with more rotational players. We played the toughest opponent I think we're going to play all season. Like top to bottom roster-wise, they're by far I think them and the Eagles have the most talent on their roster. Defensively, it's just going up against, Malachi Starks, Nate Wiggins, Marlon Humphrey. It's crazy, the guys that we go against, Jair Alexander, and we don't have, and we still talk about our lack of kind of weapons, yet we still got the victory. It's just, I kind of went into that game almost expecting to lose because we make the adjustments come playoff time. You can kind of adjust your defense more then to say, okay, we really need to stop Lamar in this rushing game, but you're not going to change what you do fundamentally during the regular season. It's just kind of what every coach has done, and that's why the Ravens have so much success regular season-wise. But it's like watching Allen just it was awesome to see, and I can't get enough of it, man. It's just like I want to watch highlights over and over, and the only other thing I think we're going to need by the end of the season, and I know you might not agree with me because I'm team wide receiver too, but that safety position, man, it could become a problem. It's not great to look at. Rapp doesn't look great. Hamlin's not great. Bishop's okay. He's learning. Hopefully he gets better. But the lack of general athleticism at that position, I think it might come back to hurt us. And obviously we're hoping our D-line doesn't give quarterbacks too much time and we can get some pressure. But we need a playmaker back there at safety. And I know they don't grow on trees, but to me that position is the most glaring need that we have right now because we have Allen who can really command that offense. But on defense, Ed Oliver's been was the star, but I need a guy playing safety who gives me some confidence, at least a guy like maybe we had when we had Hyde and Poyer back there. That was amazing. Just give me one of those types. But other than that, love Josh.
Thanks, Johnny. On the safety position, I mean, when we got to draft day and we had one day we flirted with the idea of Malachi Starks. Like I was on board for that idea, or somebody at the safety position. Bishop has the athleticism. You're talking about an athletic safety. Like Bishop is definitely athletic enough for the position. The interesting thing about this defense is you say, like, these players coming back. I don't want you to confuse it with I'm predicting they will be great by the time they get to the playoffs. I definitely don't know. I just got to give a little bit of grace period here for McDermott and Babich to kind of put it together. You have games where you just don't play well. You have a lot of new pieces. You're feeling it out, whatever. Mm-hmm. Will the safety position be a problem the whole year? Maybe against some teams, yes. Maybe against the Jets it won't. Maybe against the Saints it won't. But there might be times during the year. Like we're constantly talking about this team in the moment and also looking to when we know it's going to count. And by then, who knows who's healthy? I saw some suggesting the Bills should call Jabril Peppers today.
I saw a lot of tweets about him during the game.
I don't know if they're going to do that.
In part because I think what people saw from Rapp was a lack of athleticism in that game, and everyone was, this guy is super athletic. Jabril Peppers for the position. So, I mean, maybe they bring him in later in the year. I don't know if he would start right away. Like, I think these are probably your starting safeties. If it's going so poorly that, like, even they sound like, man, we might make a move at this position, then that's a deadline move, right? Mm-hmm. That's a deadline move. I don't think they're moving on from these two safeties in the next, 3 weeks. And I don't think they play, kind of like you said, I don't think they play opponents that are going to make them get benched in the next 3 weeks. And they're not going to bench Rapp, right?
No.
He could look as bad as possible, and I don't think they'll bench him. He has looked as bad as possible. They still talk like they like him.
I mean,
he was a worse graded safety than DeMar Hamlin last year. Who's the guy that's playing?
Right.
Rapp.
PFF pretty much hated the Bills safeties the entire season, but you don't have to trust PFF. It's up to you out there if you want to do that. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Bills over the Ravens, and Baltimore is, what do they play this week?
Good question. I have no idea. They play the Chiefs in 3 weeks.
They get the Browns, the Lions, the Chiefs, the Texans, the Rams, and then the Bears.
All right, that's
not easy.
Not easy.
We'll see if the Browns are going to be scrappy this year. Matt on a cell phone. Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So just a couple of things. First of all, the wide receiver argument, with regards to Buffalo, I go back and forth with it. Yeah, would it be great to have a guy that can get separation? Yeah, we had that once. He turned out to be a diva. He went on his way. But Allen threw for 390, over 300 yards on wide receivers that everybody ate. So that's just my point about the wide receivers. I don't have a problem with the offense.
Quick
the
thing,
defense,
Matt, hold on. Not disputing. I've had a little fun with this because everybody ate. When you throw for 394, it's hard for everyone not to eat. There was a graphic, Nate Geary from WGR here on pre-games with Nate. You hear him all the time. He posted a graphic of all the Bills receivers and the numbers they put up. And I would just like to point out that the numbers from that game, if you did go for the pace, Keon Coleman is having a 1,900-yard season, and I promise you, that is not, that's a conversation. No, I'm not. It's not even a dispute. It's one of these moments where it's we could argue all we want about how they build it, but if he puts up 1,900 yards, let's decide right now. Line up, folks. You give him $35 million or not? Because these are big numbers.
I hear you. But the secondary and stuff, I want to ask you guys this, I understand that the safeties look awful.
Yeah.
So would you bring up Poyer to tandem with one of the two, or leave those two just as they are?
Well, thanks, Matt. That's been the question. On pregame with Sal, he suggested the first guy in might be if they were going to make a change there. Listen, the Bills are doing their evaluation of their tape, and this went right and this went wrong. I have no idea how close they are to making a move there. I don't think it's time to do it right now, but whatever. The first name Sal brought up was Cam Lewis, not DeMar Hamlin. It was Cam Lewis being back there. And then during training camp, it was could Jordan Hancock be in the mix? And now I got Poyer. I have options. There's no shortage of options on what the Bills could decide to do there. Whether or not Poyer can still play, that's up for debate. So you could add somebody else to the mix. I don't know. I don't exactly think that they are going to or even should overreact to this game, this opponent.
Yeah.
What Baltimore did to quick count them on the Bishop blitz where he's 13 yards from the line of scrimmage. Maybe he should make a different read there once that happens. I don't know. How eager do you think they are to make a change? I think they'll give Bishop and Rapp as a pair weeks. It'll take something significant to go wrong back there, I think, with a deep pass to be a problem.
It's also when would you bench him? Just whenever? Would you bench him right before a game against the Chiefs? Would you wait till after the Chief game so that they don't get a look at whoever you're going to start against them in the playoffs? When do you want to bench him? I don't know. I wonder how much I'll warm up to the idea of just throwing Poyer in there at some point during the course of the season. If it looks as bad as it did against the Ravens. I also don't expect that it'll look as bad as it did against the Ravens, against these opponents. So I feel like it might quiet down a bit on the safeties in the next couple of weeks, in the next month. I hope so, at least. I mean, that's the thing about that position. They give up one bomb over the top against anybody. It's going to be, you got to get this guy out of there. And same, I don't know how close they are to moving on from either one of those two out of the starting lineup. I mean, Bishop, McDermott did say, we're looking for the starter opposite of
we're looking for someone.
Someone 2 weeks ago?
It was not long ago, yeah.
It was not that long ago.
2-3 weeks ago.
So, I don't know what their bar is for, you got to show us something. At some point. We won't just leave you in there all year if you're not doing the right things or you're not making a difference when they do have, I don't know if you want to call them great. They're not great options, but you have options.
803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. We have open phone lines, more of your calls. When we return, the offense had a nice day. It is worth pointing out how we would talk about the Bills if they finished on 25 points instead, which they were a Dawson Knox deflected pass away from maybe ending on 25 points. And then Coleman has one less touchdown and 50 less yards. But hey, whatever. The results are the results. They got their win. Coleman made some big plays for them down the stretch because they got the opportunity to. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. When we get back, I had something else for you here I wanted to mention and tease for you. Because, an update on that Bears thing. On the Manning cast, because we're back to the Manning cast time of year. Good points brought up on the Manning cast.
Did you see who they tried to get on the show?
No.
That they failed to? The Pope. Peyton Manning tried to get the Pope on the show.
Actually tried to get the Pope.
He said he wrote a letter to the Pope trying to get him on because he's from Chicago for the Bears game.
That's right. The Pope's a Bears fan. We found that out. The Pope's
He's a Bears fan. So he tried. I guess it didn't work.
All right.
He failed on that.
803-0550. All right, when we get back, what I do have for you here is the next Bills home game could feature a pretty big pregame rally the night before. Who's coming in and where's it going to be? Tell you that next. Because it's another example, it's another edition of Josh Allen is literally, and I don't even mean, you're saying it you shouldn't say it literally like that. You mean figuratively. No, I think I actually might think he's Superman. What he's...
He actually is Clark Kent.
He is possibly an actual superhero. Mm-hmm. He is actually one of one. What he is I'll say something here and people might get mad. He's what people think Mahomes still is, that Mahomes used to be, that maybe Mahomes can get back to being, right? He, I guess, has to do it all the way to raising a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah.
But what we saw on Sunday night, watching all the reaction around the league, how could you kick it back to Josh Allen with a minute left? That's too much time. That's the Mahomes conversation. That's always the Mahomes conversation. That was the Peyton Manning conversation. He is the best player in football, and the other guy on the other side is probably number 2, or they're 1 and 2 the other way, however you want to do it, with Lamar and Josh. They were both incredible in this game.
Yeah.
They both had individual efforts that were off the charts, but Allen is just... The things he can do, watching him is a transcendent experience. Watching these highlights again where, here he goes, he's rolling out, and he just throws it wherever he wants. He's ever the golfer. He's Scotty Scheffler, where you can't believe how good he is at this. Oh, who's the best? That is that guy again. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? It's the 3rd round, and Scheffler is 7 strokes back. Blink. He's in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
That's Josh Allen. He's Scotty Scheffler. He does whatever he wants out there, and it's absolutely incredible. So I'm just I know it's 2 days later, but yesterday was a little bit of waking up and it was kind of wild, right? And now today it's just like, oh, no, the guy's unbelievable. What are we supposed to do with it? That's right. Isn't there some element of, what do we do with this? You just got to kind of wait and watch it every week and wonder what his next trick will be. What will he do against the Jets?
Pretty much.
I've got 2 stats of the day. I know we're only supposed to do 1, but I'm going to do 2 because I think they're both really interesting. One is Rich Hribar, Lord Reeves on Twitter of Sharp Football Analysis pointed out that last night, if there was no defensive touchdown or special teams touchdown in the game, it would be the first time in the 2000s to not have a defensive score in week 1. So going in, it was a little bit of, it's really rare for there not to be a defensive touchdown in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened? Pick 6.
Pick 6 last night, yep.
To me, knowing it going in was incredible. Wow, I wonder if we'll get a defensive touchdown tonight.
And we did.
Pick 6. Wow.
Should have bet it.
I honestly thought of, but that would just be betting it's due.
That would be it,
It's not real good math to do. It's just, hey, you know what? They're probably due. So that's the first one. The second one is, same Lord Reeves on Twitter from Rich Hribar. There's still 1 game to go, right? This is, again, going into the game. So 2 stats going into the game that are incredible. He pointed out we had the most rushing points from quarterbacks ever to kick off a season. That from a fantasy standpoint, quarterbacks are rushing for touchdowns. Before the game, quarterbacks had set records for attempts and touchdowns. They both ran for touchdowns.
Yeah.
So it was the week 1 record setter for rushing touchdowns for quarterbacks around the league.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Sean McDermott meeting with the media yesterday. You can find that on our app and on WGR550.com. Spoke about Ed Oliver, amongst other things. The Monday Night Football game last night went the way of Minnesota, 27-24. J.J. McCarthy bounced back after a pick six with a couple of touchdowns. The Vikings go to 1-0. San Francisco has a lot of injuries. The 49ers lose George Kittle. He's out multiple games with a hamstring injury. Brock Purdy's uncertain for Week 2, according to Adam Schefter. They play the Saints. Purdy has shoulder and toe injuries. Elsewhere around the NFL, there was a minor trade in the league last night. The Jacksonville Jaguars trade running back Tank Bigsby to the Philadelphia Eagles for a couple of late-round picks. Also, Pete Carroll says that Brock Bowers, his star tight end, is day-to-day with a knee injury that he picked up on Sunday. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Is it true that you failed the book Chicago native Pope Leo the 14th? Yeah, kind of like I failed to recruit Randy Moss to Tennessee. I couldn't close the Pope, but I made the effort, Eli. I tried my hardest. Look at these two handwritten letters I wrote. I wrote His Holiness himself, and I wrote his executive assistant. Handwritten. I made the effort. If you're watching, Your Holiness, this is an open invitation. Come on the show anytime. It's you, it's Tiger Woods, it's Bradley Cooper, it's President Bush, it's Larry David. Y'all are our most wanted on that list for the Manning Cast. Come anytime. We'd love to have you, Your Holiness.
Had a Manning Cast last night in the Monday Night Football game. Bears and Vikings. Chicago blows a lead, and J.J. McCarthy engineers a fourth-quarter comeback. Two passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown along the way in his NFL debut. He only threw for 143, but engineered that comeback, and the Vikings win. Thursday Night Football this week is Washington-Green Bay. I think it's Green Bay at Washington. Next week, it's the Bills. Mm-hmm. Bills and Dolphins, Thursday Night Football at Highmark Stadium. And
what's the spread going to be in that game?
Ooh.
It's going to depend what this week is. Miami's favored against New England.
Miami and New England, whoever loses that game is in some trouble. Like New England's not supposed to start 0-2, and Miami is really a wheels-off candidate if they lose that game.
Miami is like, we're talking if they lose to New England, it's how bad do the Bills have to beat them for the coach to get fired.
Yeah.
It's next week.
Anyway, for that game, for Bills-Dolphins, Ryan Fitzpatrick has tweeted that he and Andrew Whitworth will be in town. Of course, it's Thursday Night Football, so the crew comes in, and Fitz tweeted out he wants to hang. Wednesday night before Thursday Night Football, live show, Q&A is from his tweet. Talk some ball, share some stories, have some beers, have some laughs. Where should we do it? He tweeted that out, so people have responded with a few answers. And we'll see what kind of venue they get, but there might be a little Wednesday night rally with Fitz and Andrew Whitworth.
Love it.
Yeah. They're great. The Amazon broadcasts are great.
The great podcast, too. Alan was on it last week as well.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Monday Night Football, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, the Manning Cast. I forgot the Manning Cast existed last night.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to be reminded, then I immediately go over there.
On that most wanted list, Tiger Woods right at the start. I'm surprised they can't get Tiger Woods. Peyton can't get Tiger Woods. They did the match together, didn't they?
Yeah.
I guess that's the only reason I'm thinking he could get Tiger Woods. But I didn't. That was the first time. Because last year, every time there was a Manning Cast, like that's where I went first. And last night, for whatever reason, maybe it was like just knowing like I need to fall asleep to this game at some point. Let me just put Joe Buck on. Didn't put the Manning Cast on for a second. So I don't know if that's a change in my watch habits or it was just a one-off because everyone was running on 4 hours sleep yesterday. 4 hours sleep and a long day of golf after the fact.
There you go.
Not complaining.
Yeah. Speaking of the Bills' home schedule, so Thursday Night Football against the Dolphins, and then maybe you saw this coming or maybe you didn't see this coming, but the hottest ticket in town is Bills Saints. Bills Saints is I don't want to say unreasonably expensive. Go to the secondary market and check out Bills Saints because, again, the schedule looks like this. Sunday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, the Saints. Sunday Night Football, road. You basically have one more guarantee, and then Chiefs 4 o'clock, Bucks 1 o'clock.
Okay, right.
And that's November. So maybe Bucks Bills ends up going up in price quite a bit because a Sunday 1 o'clock game is kind of a rarity. And for the final Highmark season, October, that's when end of September 28th. The Saints game, the cheapest ticket in town in the whole place is like $300.
Uh-huh.
Like, was Drew Brees playing? What's going on here?
Well, because it might be your last good weather 1 o'clock Sunday game.
Yeah,
we'll see. Right, we'll see what November looks like for that Tampa game.
You get November,
that's it,
and then you get a December that's it.
4 o'clock games in December.
That's right. Unless Jets Bills, the red helmet game is 1 o'clock, which it very well could be.
But that also could be Trubisky.
Good. Buff in Dallas.
And this is a game you'd expect the Bills to win by a lot.
Womp.
The New Orleans game.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, morning.
Man, we won't have Joe Brady next year. I'm just going to go ahead and call it. It was a great game. Eyewitness, one of the best games I've ever seen. Opening anytime, anywhere. Just not because I'm a Bills fan. I have two things. That draft with Zay Flowers and Kincaid. I mean, I was just thinking, like, why would you draft a tight end in the first round when he's not, like, polished? Like, I feel like they have to develop him a little bit. You know what I mean? So I would have took Zay Flowers. I was rooting for that. And then as far as the defense, everybody's blaming the safeties, but I didn't see any linebackers. And I think it's time for us to move on from, what's his name? He was hurt last year, but Dorian came in and played really well.
Milano?
In his absence. Milano was a no-show. Henry was just running all over the linebackers. So they was a no-show. But I think when we played Baltimore last time, Dorian played a lot better than Milano this time around. So, I mean, I'm just looking forward to him to come in and start and just, fill in because he's a lot faster, a lot physical. And his cover skills has gotten a lot better also. So what do you think about that?
Well, I mean, there are a couple of plays I see, like Terrell Bernard got washed out in some of these plays as well. I mean, it's one of the reasons people tend to say the Ravens are a bad matchup for the Bills because of the way the Bills play defense. The Bills, for the entire McDermott era, have been a team that wants to focus on stopping the pass, which is, I think, the right thing to do. How do you win in this league? It really is pass and stop the pass, even though we've kind of tilted back towards a little bit more in the run game, and the Bills have moved that way as well. But, I mean, Ben Johnson said it in his, not his introductory press conference. He gets the job for the Bears, and he says the differential on EPA per pass or whatever it was, like the passing differential, that's how you know who's good. The best teams can throw it, and the Bills can throw it. So how do you beat the best teams? You have to be able to stop the pass. And the Bills build their trenches. Yeah, sure. Stopping the run matters. It's going to be important. But they want to stop the pass before the run. Taron Johnson has said it. They invite the run. They want you to run. And this is, this might teeter on a let's get stupid point, but I'll just go for it again. How many yards did Derrick Henry run for? 176?
Yeah, something like that.
It is still a thing in the NFL where 176 yards rushing is an embarrassment to everything your franchise could have. How could you give up 176 rushing? What's 176 passing? A great day. Like, passing yields bigger results. It yields more just by its nature. So the Bills want to stop those. They want to stop explosives, right? They want to get you into positions where you got to pass 3rd and 10, and they can stop that play. So whatever. It's tough to play defense in the NFL these days. These offenses are better than ever. They have these quarterbacks that can break the game. Just had the stat earlier in the day, more rushing touchdowns from quarterbacks this week than any other before. More rushing attempts for quarterbacks this week than any before. It's tough to play defense. And, I don't know that I'm going to kick Matt Milano out because of a game against the Ravens.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what the breakdown is of their linebackers from that game. The only one that I've seen is that on the Henry touchdown that he throws Cole Bishop to the ground. Before that, both Bernard and Milano nowhere, got smoked by they got met by the linemen. But then neither one of them came anywhere near getting to Henry because just got shoved out of the way like the giant gaping hole.
And that's Baltimore without Patrick Ricard, Isaiah Likely.
Right.
And going into the game, there was a little bit of a thought, maybe they won't be as good because they're missing two important pieces, and they still were, of course, dominant.
This is one where it's a full breakdown, though. And this is kind of how I feel like the reaction should be to what they did to Henry. Is full breakdown of the entire run defense, at all three levels. Because I'm watching the 30-yard touchdown that Henry had, and sure, Bernard and Milano not even close. But why? Because Bernard gets met by the center Linderbaum, who has how much more on him, and Milano's going against two linemen. The right guard and the right tackle. At that point, what is he what's he supposed to do? That play you might say, well, that started with the line. The line cannot allow two linemen to get to Matt Milano because he's never going to win that battle in a million years. And then at that point, Cole Bishop, good luck tackling Derrick Henry in open space.
And not only it's not also for Bishop, and that's on that rep. It's not like he's coming head on. He's coming on from an angle. How many players?
Right.
At the risk of defending Cole Bishop, how many players would be able to get Derrick Henry on the ground from the angle that Bishop was coming from? Because he's over on the left. He's way over here. Henry goes through the right side. Hold on a second.
I wouldn't bet there's not a guy in the league that would bring him down there.
It'd be tough.
You'd have to get lucky. The shoestring tackle, maybe.
You say shoestring.
I don't even know.
I feel like the best way to tackle a guy in that scenario is illegal. It's a horse collar. You used to be able to
drag him down.
How else are you going to do it?
You know what? At that point, I wonder if coaches would teach us, all right, if Derrick Henry's coming through, you're at the 20-yard line. You're at the 20-yard line. It's you and him in the end zone. At that point, just grab the face mask for dear life. Rip the helmet off. Dude, whatever means that because what's going to happen? They're going to go to the 10 instead of the 20.
Yeah.
Just drag him down by his face mask if you want.
803-0550. Howard picks the Bills coming up at 8:30. Wide open phone lines for you here on a Tuesday. We give this the day off to Sal here in the mornings because he's a busy, busy man. 803-0550. We have some phone lines open. We have some people on hold. We'll get to your calls as well. It's a 1-0 start for the Bills, an epic comeback. The stats from it, got lots of them. The Ravens become the first team ever to score 40 and run for 230 and lose. Teams were 277-0.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, those graphics are not the Bills.
Other way. They're flipped.
Finally.
Gotta love it.
A graphic for not the Bills. I need an account that just tweets out, not the Bills stats. It's the Ravens this time. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Sal yesterday with me said, and he said this a couple times, that the Bills kind of want to be, this is what they were trying to do in the first half. They want to be as he described it, a low-event team.
Right.
And
is that a good idea?
I'm not. No, I can't imagine that when you have this quarterback, that let me limit the amount of things that happen in a football game. Basically, is what that sounds like to me. When you're going to have the advantage at the most important position every game of the season, except for the one you just played where it's even or it's a push. So, no, I think I would want as many as possible. Because I think the bad teams would want. That's how the Giants do it in Super Bowl 25. That's
usually how underdogs play.
Underdogs play
that way.
Right. So I don't think I'd want the Bills to play that way.
But they played that way last year, and it worked very well.
They
for
did.
them, right? They played that way, and they won a lot of games. They got to the playoffs, and against Baltimore, that worked pretty well.
They've won the turnover battle 25 games in a row now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You're going to win a lot of games if you do that. Is low event only turnovers? Because they dig themselves a double-digit hole against Baltimore with no turnovers.
No.
They had punts. That's what they had, right? You had a couple of punts. Your defense, of course, was a big part of that. If you had an average defense in that game, maybe it feels a little bit different. But, the low event conversation is one we've had before. I, of course, always go back to that Kansas City playoff game when A.J. Klein's playing linebacker. That's a reason why you would, all right, let's make this a low-event game. Here's why we should do it. We feel like we have a deficiency, and a low-event game might help us be in it. They ultimately ended up being right by being in the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with it.
If you want the opposite, maybe what you might need is you need their defense to prove to the coaching staff that they're improved from last year.
I've got two stats of the day. I know we're only supposed to do one, but I'm going to do two because I think they're both really interesting. One is Rich Hribar, Lord Reeves on Twitter of Sharp Football Analysis pointed out that last night, if there was no defensive touchdown or special teams touchdown in the game, it would be the first time in the 2000s to not have a defensive score in week one. So going in, it was a little bit of, it's really rare for there not to be a defensive touchdown in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened? Pick six.
Pick six last night, yeah.
To me, knowing it going in was incredible. Wow, I wonder if we'll get a defensive touchdown tonight.
And we did.
Pick six. Wow.
Should have bet it.
I honestly thought of, but that would just be betting it's due.
That would be it.
It's not real good math to do. It's just, hey, you know what? They're probably due. So that's the first one. The second one is, same Lord Reeves on Twitter from Rich Hribar. There's still one game to go, right? This is, again, going into the game. So two stats going into the game that are incredible. He pointed out we had the most rushing points from quarterbacks ever to kick off a season. That from a fantasy standpoint, quarterbacks are rushing for touchdowns. Before the game, quarterbacks had set records for attempts and touchdowns. They both ran for touchdowns.
Yeah.
So it was the week one record setter for rushing touchdowns for quarterbacks around the league.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yes. The guillotine.
Well, here we go. Guillotine League season. For those of you that maybe are in for the first time, you're seeing the popularization of guillotine leagues. Maybe you've been chopped. And if that's the case, thoughts and prayers. Shout out the Yahoo app for the way that they're doing it right now. I've got a couple guillotines on Yahoo.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have to be the commissioner. When you open it up, you get to actually hit the button. It goes shunk and chops the other team. And then you kick the head through uprights. It's sponsored by like a beverage company.
Yeah.
But that's kind of cool. So if you're out, sorry. You really won't get to experience guillotine. If it's your first ever league,
You get to experience the heartbreak of guillotine.
that's right. Take a look around and see who got cut. You go look at that team's roster that just got cut loose, like, look at this. One of our leagues, Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
The danger of a guillotine stack is one team has a bad day, you're out.
I think there are a couple rules of guillotine that are a little different. One, stack is bad.
It can
a lot
be
of
bad.
formats of stack is good, and guillotine it can be really bad. Rule number 2, in week 1, don't take the Bengals. Usually the guy who gets eliminated in week 1 has drafted Bengals.
Yeah, Chase
Like
Brown is
every
available in these
single
leagues
year.
now. Yeah,
Every year it happens.
yeah.
7 yards in the second half, and they got you chopped. So, yeah, it's Cincinnati. Tough.
Also, Lions would have been chopped. The Lions did not have a good day.
Or anybody, like if you had Tua, maybe
Yep.
Tua had negative points in some formats. Yeah, the Dolphins guys you didn't want, obviously, in this week. I've got Drake London available in one of my guillotine leagues.
All right.
He wasn't bad, but
How much of a $1,000 budget should someone bid on Jamar Chase, who's available right now?
no, I'm just kidding.
500?
Yeah, half. Half ain't gonna get it though.
Maybe not. Maybe
Really, you want him? Someone's gonna go nuts. Like someone's gonna get to, especially. Depends how inexperienced the guillotine league is. Someone could get excited and go, I'm getting Jamar Chase. Someone that came 4 points from being eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I'm just going to bid 700 on Jamar Chase.
That's the other thing about guillotine. Look at your projections and trust it. You know, hey, I really feel like I shouldn't overpay for this player. Are you going to get cut next week? Go do it.
Yeah.
You have to survive. You can't. It's like timeouts, right?
Depends how much you like your team.
It's like a team using timeouts. You can't take your timeouts home with you.
Right.
You can't take your waiver budget home with you. Spend it to survive at all costs.
In this league, should I feel like I've got the same performance out of Keon Coleman that I got in week 1?
Against the Jets, I mean, probably not the same performance. Sauce Gardner, by the way, had a great day. I don't know if he's going to travel, what he's going to do against the Bills.
I don't know.
But anyway, I think he is traveling more this year, Sauce Gardner.
Igbuka in that league for me, too. See, that's where it's like, do I need Chase? I got Igbuka, I got Coleman.
The answer is you always need Chase.
You always, yeah.
Chase is
You always want Chase, you always need Chase.
Yeah, there are players that are never sits, and you should always be in on the bidding for them, no matter what. All right, guillotine. Welcome in for those of you who are first-timers.
The sleeper format's been great, too.
Sleeper
through
is
1
great.
week.
Yep.
The tracking on Monday night was awesome. You get the percentages of how likely you are to be chopped, projected scores, like a real scoreboard.
I finished second.
Finally being normalized.
I survived like 3 guillotines by 2 points. Doesn't matter.
You weren't live last night, though.
They don't ask
you
how
were already safe going in.
They don't ask how many. They just ask how. Right?
Yeah.
803-0550. Wide open when we get back. Howard picks the Bills 8:30. If you're on hold, we'll get right to your calls on this Bills defense and where it can go from here, and the offense. How much we should expect it to throw the ball for 394 every week. We've had a couple calls on receivers and where the Bills look, and I think that's a fun conversation. So we'll do it. 803-0550 here on WGR. On the defense, Larry in South Florida called before the break. I think we have to, or we should, give, I know it's not easy to give the defense some grace here, but they are missing 4 regular players, Ogunjobi and Hoyt, who we don't know how they will affect this defense yet. Hairston, we also don't know much about him yet. He got hurt. We'll see when he comes back.
Right.
Trey White, okay, this version of Trey White, we don't exactly know yet. But those are 4 pieces that we thought would be regular pieces to this defense. And young players, Deion Walker, TJ Sanders. Like, all right, give them a little. So I'm up to 6 pieces that what they are right now, I don't know if those 6 pieces are the same 6 assets in 4 months, 3 months, 2 months even. So it doesn't mean I know that it's going to get better. But you did play the toughest team you're probably going to play offensively without knowing what those pieces are really going to be. So it's not good, the way the defense played, but I got to kind of hang my hat on that a little bit, that it's a work in progress from a personnel standpoint and from the player development standpoint.
Yeah, that is one way to do it. I mean, if you really look at it, though, in terms of like who plays the most, they only were missing 1 starter, right? Like if you were to play Baltimore in a playoff game, how many different starters would you have? Just the outside corner.
I think
everybody else would be the same?
I think Michael Hoyt is a
he's playing more than Rousseau or Bosa?
I think he is as rotated in as almost anybody in that
so
group.
Hoyt would be maybe like another one.
I think Hoyt is a significant piece of what they plan to do.
Okay. Because I don't know that it's enough. I mean, I got a lot of guys that were on the field on that Sunday that are going to be out there on the field again. Like this, I think last year they were missing more with Balin Spector is playing and Cam Lewis is playing and Jamarcus Ingram is playing and Cole Bishop is playing. Like I had 4 or 5 starters last year, different, I think, from the regular season game to the playoff game. Bills head coach Sean McDermott meeting with the media yesterday. If you missed that, find it on our website, WGR550.com, and the Odyssey app. Spoke a lot about Ed Oliver, which Sal's got the details of on the website. The Bills will practice tomorrow, and we'll get our next injury report. Tre'Davious White will be the name to watch once again heading into the Jets game this week. Monday Night Football, the Minnesota Vikings come back to beat the Chicago Bears. They were down by 11 going into the fourth quarter, so not quite as impressive as what the Bills did Sunday night, but an 11-point comeback. J.J. McCarthy, who had thrown a pick six earlier in the night with a couple of touchdowns in the fourth quarter, and the Vikings are able to win by a field goal to go to 1-0 on the season. Around the NFL, the San Francisco 49ers, who historically have had a lot of injuries, have a couple heading into this year already. George Kittle has a hamstring injury. He's going to miss multiple games with that. Brock Purdy could miss week 2 against the Saints. He's dealing with a shoulder injury and a toe injury. They also have an injury to their wide receiver, Jawan Jennings. So not good news yesterday for the Niners. Elsewhere around the league, a minor trade in the league yesterday. Running back Tank Bigsby gets traded from the Jacksonville Jaguars to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for a couple of late-round picks. Brock Bowers in Las Vegas is day-to-day with a knee injury, that according to his head coach. And Xavier Worthy is also day-to-day. Andy Reid saying that yesterday, and Ian Rappaport said the plan is that Worthy will rehab and attempt to play with a brace on his shoulder. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think there was some good things in there, and then I think there was some plays that each of them would want back. Every game for every position isn't going to be hunky-dory. You know, using two safeties that were here before, Mike and Jordan, every game wasn't. The only thing that matters about the last game is what we do moving forward and understanding the improvements we got to make. Like I said, they each did some good things, and there were some plays that they would want back. There's no doubt that they're aware of that, like every player is, and they want to be really good. They put the work in to be really good, and we'll just continue to bank the reps. If we're peaking right now, we're peaking at the wrong time.
Bobby Babich, Bills defensive coordinator. Some grades, you know, you got all your different levels to ways to analyze how players did, and the Bills had some good, some bad. Again, could Ed Oliver be the AFC Defensive Player of the Week? He could. Mm-hmm. He was PFF's highest graded defensive tackle in the entire league. Mm-hmm. Then you have TJ Sanders in his first career game. PFF ranked him 101st out of 103 defensive tackles. The linebackers, Milano and Bernard, out of 67 graded linebackers, they were 64th. Tie. Both really, really bad grades for linebackers and interior line. So the Bills had some passengers and some drivers when it comes to this game in their win against Baltimore. 803-0550. And Babich there saying something that I would tend to agree with. I don't know about, you don't exactly all pick when you peak, but for the Bills defense, it was probably always going to be a work in progress, right? They drafted a lot of guys. First round pick, hurt. Second round pick, all right, learn. Third round pick, inactive. Fourth round pick, learning on the job. So you've got pieces that hopefully will find their spots, learn their jobs. Developmental coaching is something this organization prides itself on. I don't want to get worried about the defense till we're a good 10 weeks into the season. That might be too long. That might be giving them too much of a pass, but it's probably always going to be a work in progress, and they won't face a test that tough for weeks.
No, they won't. And that's an offense that they just played where you could have a really good defense, and it just might still look like that sometimes.
This week might be...
that Ravens offense can do that. And I don't think there's a defense in the league the Ravens can't do that to.
Right. This week might be really good context because the Jets ran the ball well against Pittsburgh. Breece Hall looked good. Justin Fields, they moved the ball and they scored their points. If the Bills hold the Jets to 20, aren't you immediately going to feel a little bit better? Like, all right, the pressure you got on Lamar. Lamar is elite at evading sacks. And Justin Fields is terrible at it.
He's really bad at it.
Even though he's mobile, he's terrible at that. So we'll see. This week could give us some good context. You want to give us a call on how to keep things going on the offense and maybe get to better results earlier, or how to do the same with defense. Of course, that's more of a week-to-week thing. For offense, we're talking about if the Bills need to change things a little bit in the first half, be more aggressive, feel like they should pass it more often than they did earlier on. You had some numbers on their second and short numbers too, right? Like 2nd and 1, 3rd and 1s.
So in the last year, since the Bills, Joe Brady became the full-time offensive coordinator, they have a very easy-to-see trend on 2nd and short, which is often, like, statistically proven, I think, is like the most, like, take advantage of that play. 2nd and short, you can get tons of yards on that type of play. And the Bills just do not take their shots. On 2nd and 1, since last year, the Bills have attempted 3 passes on 2nd and 1 to 15 runs. This is not including like when they get down by the goal line, obviously. And they're averaging like 3.5 yards a carry while averaging 9 yards a pass when they're throwing it. And when it's 2nd and 2 or 2nd and 1, the Bills have thrown it 6 of 7 times. 6 for 7 passing the ball versus 25 runs. Which, like, they're getting first downs on 70% of these runs, but you're barely doing it. You're getting it by an extra yard or two, whereas these passes are effective, and you're getting chunks. And the Bills coordinator, it's like one of the most nitpicky parts for me about his play calling that bothers me.
2nd and short.
Is they treat a 4-yard run on 2nd and 2 like that's a successful play. And it isn't.
Well, by EPA it is.
But it really isn't.
I know.
It feels like a wasted play.
It's a new set of downs. And that is, it's not even a trend. I would say that is part of, well, that's fundamental to the Bills' offense under Joe Brady. And that's what they did in the playoff game against the Chiefs that they ultimately lost. In that game, there are a lot of 2nd and shorts, and they ran. I mentioned it a lot. They used to have it committed to memory. I think it was 10 out of 13 they ran.
Yep.
So they are a
that lines up with about what they've done over the last 2 years.
So they are a 2nd and short, run the ball team. We earned a 2nd and short. Right. Let's get a new set of downs. That's the way that Brady seems to operate.
Which plays like you play like you're afraid of 3rd and 2, or 4th and 2 for that matter. With this quarterback, which. Yeah. 3rd and 2, 4th and 2 should be less scary to a team with this quarterback than any other team in the league. He can just broken play 3rd and 2, 4th and 2, like, oh, that play call didn't work at all. Josh got 5. First down. Yeah. I've got 3 downs to get that amount of yardage. And on these 2nd down situations, that's when they should be attacking these defenses. If I were a defense, I'd be terrified of, man, they feel like they got a free play here. I got the best quarterback in the world, and he's about to go after me because he knows he's got 2 plays in his back pocket to get 2 yards after this, and the Bills consistently pass on it. Like, not pass. Like
they pass on passing.
They pass on passing. Like, no, we're good. We'll. I feel like you're almost letting the defense off the hook. Like, if I'm a defense, I just go ahead, take it. Well, let's not run the play. It's 2nd and 2, take the first down. Right. 1st and 10 at the same spot. I'll make that trade with you if I'm a defense. And the Bills consistently make that trade with the other team.
Yeah, because there's a game theory thing here. There's a feeling of you're facing 2nd and 1 against a Josh Allen offense. Well, my chances of getting him off the field on 2nd and 1 are really low.
Yeah.
Let's try again in 1st and 10. I'll give you 1 yard.
Right.
And let's get a new set of downs.
Don't take 30 from me. Like, I'll give you 1, and you can start over here. And the Bills are the team that is looking for that.
And then, of course, like in the opening couple drives, the 2nd and 1 and 3rd and 1, they weren't even successful.
Yeah. Right. Which I think that's rare. I think even if you hand it to Cook and you take Allen out of the equation, which is what they did there, it's probably pretty rare that if you ran the ball twice, you wouldn't get it. That wouldn't be my part of the criticism, but they did. You do open yourself up to that. Yeah. You're averaging 3 yards a pop on those plays versus the 9 when Allen's dropping back to pass in that situation. Again, it's a nitpicky part of that game of his play calling, but go attack him on those spots.
803-0550 is our phone number. Mike in Orchard Park is next up. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah. So basically, I'm not. I don't know if we could really get a fair analyst from this game. Both these teams are top of the league, man. Like, there's some ballers on both sides of the ball. Between the Ravens, I was looking. Ronnie Stanley, PPF ranked him, one of the top offensive linemen of the week there. Like both good football players, and I felt they won some reps and against us, and obviously, Ed Oliver and our defensive line won some reps against them. So I don't know if I'm going to write off the Bills defense just yet. I would like to see them, finish them up this September. Obviously, I feel with the Patriots and the Jets, we're going to get them. We're going to get their best, right? And I feel they're going to try to expose some of the stuff they found on film. Joey Bosa, I think if he's playing a different quarterback, I think he probably has 2 sacks. You know what I mean? So, I feel a lot of what we've seen on film yesterday, Sunday night, is correctable and is coachable. So, moving forward here, I want to see some more, film and kind of give a fair analysis of kind of where our defense stands. And as far as our offense, I felt we built some confidence in the fourth quarter. I felt maybe Josh Allen and, Brady was more timid, with the play calling. So I'm kind of curious to see, where we move as an offensive unit. And, hopefully, we could, Josh Allen could build some more confidence with his new receiving corps.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, the new receiving corps, they all have different things that they excel at. Palmer did a nice job getting open on that 30-yard gain on the final drive. Mm-hmm. Coleman, again, he got tripped on the play, but you start to see he's such an interesting receiver, Coleman is, because he's so good after the catch, which is not, I don't know, Joe, how many guys ever have been not good at separating from their man, but then when they have the ball in their hands, they're very good at separating from their man. He gets away from people, and he's strong, and he's tough to bring down. So Coleman has his strengths, no doubt about it. And I don't know if we should be expecting 8 for 112 every week. That's a game where the numbers kind of get crooked because of the circumstances. But he was what they needed him to be. He drew a penalty or two. He comes up with a big third down. He was super important to what they did, and there's no doubt Allen looks for him. And sometimes when he doesn't look for him, Coleman, it's a testament to him, right, that he's always finding Allen. Go back to that touchdown against the Jets last year that's intended for Ty Johnson, and then this one that's deflected. Coleman is finding his way back to his quarterback. That's for sure. Yeah. Even when the quarterback's not looking for him.
That's definitely true. These plays where he's scrambling around, those are Gabe Davis plays from back in the day.
Yeah.
Like when Allen is buying time, who's the guy that's heading downfield? He's trying to, mesh with where his quarterback is going because half the field's going to get taken away. And Davis was very good at that. And Coleman, you had a couple of those plays last year. There was the one against the Lions. Remember where Josh got rocked on the play and Coleman had gone over there and headed down the field and it was like a 50-yard gain.
Yeah.
Him being that guy, because really, once he gets out into that open space, he's the guy I do want with the ball in his hands. And that was something Davis would catch in those areas, and then that was it. He would fall down there or he'd get tackled immediately. And Coleman, I'd like to think, can create more than that. They tried to get him worked in, by the way, in screens a little bit earlier, but he just dropped it, right?
Yeah.
That's a play. That's a player I'd rather throw that screen to. They're throwing to tight ends on some of these plays. If you're going to run them, and ideally don't do it on 3rd and 6, Coleman might be my favorite idea for that right now.
Greg in Toronto is next up. Hey, Greg.
Good morning, gentlemen. So, Joe, to your earlier point, I'm old enough to remember when Jim Kelly used to call his own plays all the time. And he went as far as saying that if he was unable to call his own plays, he would retire. Are we not at a point where, because let's face it, the second half of that game, you could tell Josh was able to do more of what he wanted to do or what the team needed him to do. So where are we on just letting the man call his own plays? Let him do what he needs to do. I think if he was able to do that, the team has had a lot of success. They'd even be more successful.
I think there is some of that. This screen we're talking about on 3rd and 6, Allen, he checked to it, which I think is also what happened in the AFC Championship game when he did it to Cooper.
Right, which there's a point to be made about when a quarterback checks into a play. Does that now go to the quarterback? Sure, it's his decision, right? He checks in that play. He sees something he likes. He makes a check. Of course, the checks you put in are a function of the offense.
Right.
There's an audible. There's a check. A check is just hey, we're gonna run this instead versus a full on changing the full play.
There's also in the original play that you called in that Allen doesn't like in the first place.
Right.
If you would call the different play, maybe he doesn't check to a screen.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
I want to give Allen, of course, freedom. He takes tons of freedom after the snap. That's when he maybe is at his best.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this is where we go back to Ken Dorsey's name came up a lot this week. When we would talk about that decision, Dorsey is time for a change. You want someone that has this job to bring out the best in Josh. And what Brady has done is get the great Superman player without the kryptonite mixed in, right? The turnovers, the turnover-worthy plays, the blatant disregard for the football. I mean, Allen used to fumble a lot and throw interceptions at a high rate, and that has been, kind of reined in. So I don't know if I want to go all the way to remove the offensive coordinator from the equation, because there's no doubt they've found a pretty good mix. And any conversation we're having today is about like tweaking it, like maybe throw it some more, maybe don't run on 2nd and 1.
And really, it's all in the context of how they would play the Ravens again for me.
Right? Yeah, that's a big part.
Because a lot of this is not going to be needed against Atlanta or Miami or Houston when they put Pittsburgh. Like even those teams I just mentioned aren't bad teams. They're like middling teams in the league, and I don't think it's as important when you're playing teams like that. But when you're playing Baltimore, I just think you probably got to be perfect most times, unless they have the lead and blow it like they did at the end, which they can do too.
Gina in Delaware. Hey, Gina, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. I am still trying to do a little woosah this morning because at 3 a.m. I'm watching reels of the stadium. Josh Allen going to Pater, "Welcome to Buffalo, baby." Hearing Pater say, I looked at Josh, and of course I can't quote him, but the vibe of, I just want to do right by you, bro. I just want to do right by Buffalo, and he did. 2 points I want to bring up with the Ravens game, and then I'm on to the Jets. Number one, Chris Collinsworth, who I can't stand, by the way, but we got to listen to him, said, you challenge your manhood when you play the Ravens. The teams go up to the line. There's no smash talk, and that's what he said. I'm just paraphrasing. They have total respect for each other. And I couldn't be more proud of the Bills and how they played. First game, strong energy against the Ravens. Weak secondary, strong rookie performance. Okay, those rookies showed up big time. Coleman, he must have caught my vibes, man, because I was calling on his name in Kincaid, and he was catching my vibes like he was doing those balls. And Ed Oliver, man, that one play, I see him in my mind. I think his name is Falele or some number 77. He pushed him over like a Pringle potato chip. So those are my points. And oh my God, I'm on the fuck. Oh my God, guys, I'm so sorry. I almost got ran over by a maniac here. I apologize my language.
Okay.
All right, one more point. The Jets. Let's not poo-poo the Jets. We can't poo-poo them. Their defense is strong. The Bills play to the audience. Okay, go Bills. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Sheena. I don't know if the Jets' defense is good. They gave up 4 touchdown passes to Aaron Rodgers.
They did not look great in week one. The secondary of Round Sauce Gardner looked like it was getting exposed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. Like, hey, that's an interesting matchup. But even if Gardner takes away like Coleman, if he follows Coleman around, then all right, Josh Palmer, go. Calvin Austin was beating those Jets corners last week, so I would like to think Palmer can. So it'll be an interesting matchup.
Thanks, Gino. Hope everything's okay there. Drive safe.
Yeah.
803-0550. We are getting get into let's not look past this team season. And I just got a little bit of it's going to happen. We are talking about the Super Bowl. We're not going to stop talking about the Super Bowl. We're not going to stop talking about the 1 seed. We're not going to stop talking about the race with Baltimore or Kansas City or whatever. I mean, the season exists as a storyline, and hey, just focus on the Jets. Respectfully, no. there'll be plenty to talk about and focus on the Jets.
Yeah.
The Bills will be major favorites. They're favored to win every game. By the way, they won't be favored to win every game. They were favored to win every game, then became underdogs against Baltimore.
Right.
But so maybe they played the nobody believes in us card. The Bills in this game are 7-point favorites. That is a little smaller than
on the road.
Yeah, 7 points.
Road 7-point favorite is a pretty healthy amount of respect.
Okay.
That would mean they'd be a 10-point favorite over the Jets here.
I mean, more than that, probably.
They're at 1.5 is about home field now.
Yeah, that's fair.
So like 3 total, I would think.
They are the second biggest favorite of the week. The biggest favorite of the week is Baltimore, 11.5 home against the Browns.
Okay. It's just the Jets. It's the Jets. If it were they're a handful of teams. If they were playing the Bengals week 2, we'd be like, I think all in on like what this matchup is. All this early in the week. I mean, we will definitely do that later in the week, but it's Justin Fields and the Jets. I don't know. It's not the sexiest opponent out of the gates.
It's Justin Fields. There's just absolutely no excuse for this team to lose to Justin Fields.
Correct.
That's it. He is a sack machine.
What's the over on Joey Bosa in this game?
I'll take a sack.
You want Bosa like over? What line can I get in like him to get 2 sacks?
Give me an Ed Oliver sack. I'll take an Ed Oliver sack. Dan in North Carolina. Hey, Dan.
Hey, guys. The play call on second down discussion. My son and I, adult son, got into a rather spirited debate about this last night. He wants to blame McDermott for everything. I mean, it's, just whatever. He's that guy. I'm not really a huge McDermott guy, but I guess I'm somewhat of a McDermott apologist because I think that being the head coach is more than just, second down play call on offense or defense during a game. It's the whole management of the whole frickin' thing. I mean, it's a big job, and I think he's done a good job. Has he been perfect? No. Are people ever going to let the 13 seconds deal go? Probably not till he wins, whatever. But back to the point of the play call on second down. My kid wants to blame McDermott for everything. And I said, he has an OC. The defense giving up all the yards on the ground. He's a defensive coach. I agree, but he's not the DC. I mean, his position is, don't you think that, he's really I'm a small business owner. I work with my son. I got to listen to him all the time. I'm in charge of everything. I'm ultimately responsible for everything. Well, so is McDermott. But I said he can't micromanage every aspect of it. Do you actually think he's demanding that the guy run the ball on second down? I mean, he has an OC. Well, the defense, the alignments, back in 13 seconds, maybe I do blame him for that. I don't know, but I think he's probably grown and learned. He delegates. He has coordinators. Who, with the running the ball on second down and 1, drives me crazy too. Is it the OC or is it, really McDermott's philosophy? What do you think? And I'm if you could leave me on, I'd like to be able to listen to your response.
Sure thing, Dan. Thanks for the phone call. I do think it is. I'm going to go a little both sides here, so I might cheat a little bit. But I also want to lay out what I think is a reality about McDermott. I think it is reasonable to suggest that the coordinator does things the coach wants from a identity standpoint, right? Mm-hmm. It's how it works. Coordinators and coaches sometimes argue, fight, don't get along. The reports of Brian Daboll and McDermott may be clashing from time to time. Why would that be? He doesn't like the balance they have over here. He would sometimes say, we need to have the threat of running the football. Brian Daboll would sometimes open games 17 consecutive passes, right? And if that worked, great. And if it didn't work, we got to get back to running the ball. When they play in Houston, right? The Bills open up with 3 passes in a very late drive, and McDermott wants them to run, but the coordinator calls it. I feel like there's always a balance. The reality is that we don't know what that balance is, how they strike it, how they do it. But one thing that I think is undeniable is that if the offense has bad things, you blame the defensive head coach. And if the offense has good things, the defensive head coach does not get any credit. McDermott gets very little credit for Josh Allen being Josh Allen. Right?
Right.
Very, very little credit for that. They've scored 1 million points. They were the second highest scoring team in the league last year behind only Detroit. McDermott gets no credit for that. It's just a reality on the way that people kind of perceive defensive coach, offensive coach, and on, is if you have an offense that is number one in scoring and your coach is a defensive guy, they didn't score that because of that guy. That's the best I got.
Yep.
So, Dan, as you fight with your son, I think you both have points. Does he flat out call down and say, run it on 2nd and 1? Or does the coordinator have the job because the head coach likes that? They have an agreement in the way that they run things. It's maybe a little bit of all of it. They have a great offense. Does your son give McDermott credit for having a great offense? Ask him that. That's what I would come back with. Oh, you think he calls 2nd and 1? Did he call all the plays that got all the points too, or just the ones that you didn't like, right? I'm sure, feel like we had this conversation with Sal a lot. Like, hey, he doesn't get credit for the good stuff, only gets criticized for the bad stuff. Anyway, 803-0550. Howard's here to pick the Bills. Boy, I bet, let me tell you.
It's going to be a good week for that.
During Sunday night, those sounds you heard in the air, it was probably Howard screaming from his basement bunker. You made it through the game. He made it. He stayed up. Now he stayed up. I mean, I'm glad you made it. He was going through stress, I bet. We'll talk about it on the other side. 803-0550. Howard picks the Bills next. On the safety position, I mean, when we got to draft day and we had one day we flirted with the idea of Malachi Starks. Like, I was on board for that idea. Or somebody at the safety position. Bishop has the athleticism. You're talking about an athletic safety. Like, Bishop is definitely athletic enough for the position. The interesting thing about this defense is you say, like, these players coming back. I don't want you to confuse it with I'm predicting they will be great by the time they get to the playoffs. I definitely don't know. I just got to give a little bit of grace period here for McDermott and Babich to kind of put it together. You have games where you just don't play well. You have a lot of new pieces. You're feeling it out, whatever. Mm-hmm. Will the safety position be a problem the whole year? Maybe against some teams, yes. Maybe against the Jets it won't. Maybe against the Saints it won't. But there might be times during the year. Like we're constantly talking about this team in the moment and also looking to when we know it's going to count. And by then, who knows who's healthy? I saw some suggesting the Bills should call Jabril Peppers today.
I saw a lot of tweets about him during the game.
I don't know if they're going to do that.
In part because I think what people saw from Rapp was a lack of athleticism in that game, and everyone was, this guy is super athletic. Jabril Peppers for the position. So, I mean, maybe they bring him in later in the year. I don't know if he would start right away. Like, I think these are probably your starting safeties. If it's going so poorly that, like, even they sound like, man, we might make a move at this position, then that's a deadline move, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a deadline move. I don't think they're moving on from these two safeties in the next, 3 weeks. And I don't think they play, kind of like you said, I don't think they play opponents that are going to make them get benched in the next 3 weeks. And they're not going to bench Rapp, right?
No.
He could look as bad as possible, and I don't think they'll bench him. He has looked as bad as possible, and they still talk like they like him. Sal yesterday with me said, and he said this a couple times, that the Bills kind of want to be, like, this is what they were trying to do in the first half. They want to be as he described it, a low-event team.
Right.
And
is that a good idea?
No. I can't imagine that when you have this quarterback that let me limit the amount of things that happen in a football game. Basically, is what that sounds like to me. When you're going to have the advantage at the most important position every game of the season, except for the one you just played where it's even or it's a push. So, no, I think I would want as many as possible. Because I think the bad teams would want. That's how the Giants do it in Super Bowl 25. That's
usually how underdogs play.
Underdogs play
that way.
Right. So I don't think I'd want the Bills to play that way.
But they played that way last year, and it worked very well.
They
for them,
did.
Right? They played that way, and they won a lot of games. They got to the playoffs, and against Baltimore, that worked pretty well.
They've won the turnover battle 25 games in a row now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You're going to win a lot of games if you do that. Is low event only turnovers? Because they dig themselves a double-digit hole against Baltimore with no turnovers.
No.
They had punts. That's what they had, right? You had a couple of punts. Your defense, of course, was a big part of that. If you had an average defense in that game, maybe it feels a little bit different. But, the low-event conversation is one we've had before. I, of course, always go back to that Kansas City playoff game when A.J. Klein's playing linebacker. That's a reason why you would, all right, let's make this a low-event game. Here's why we should do it. We feel like we have a deficiency, and a low-event game might help us be in it. They ultimately ended up being right by being in the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with it.
If you want the opposite, maybe what you might need is you need their defense to prove to the coaching staff that they're improved from last year. Monday Night Football wrapping up Week 1. The Vikings beat the Bears 27-24. A comeback for Minnesota of 11 points in the fourth quarter after J.J. McCarthy had thrown a pick six. Couple touchdowns in the fourth. Minnesota wins it in Chicago. Some injuries mounting around the league for the 49ers. They have George Kittle out for multiple weeks with a hamstring injury. Brock Purdy is uncertain for Week 2. He has a shoulder injury and a toe injury. That according to Adam Schefter. Also, Juwan Jennings is hurt in San Francisco, so not a good day of injuries for them. Elsewhere around the NFL, Xavier Worthy is going to plan to play at some point. Might not be this week, but he will not have surgery. Will plan to play with a brace, according to Ian Rappaport, instead of getting surgery. They play the Eagles in Week 2. We'll see about his status for that. Brian Dable confirmed that Russell Wilson will start Week 2 against the Cowboys after a pretty tough outing for him in Week 1. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Well, it's just something I wanted to tell him. I know we don't know each other that well yet, but I just want to let you know, I know I just got here, and it may not be perfect right now, but I'm going to do everything I can to try to be perfect. Just help this team win while I'm here.
I got a great idea for the bet board, Joe.
Okay.
You decide which side of this you want to take. Howard's going to pick the Bills here. Do you want to take? No rush. No, what's that? You can guess this too, Howard.
Okay.
The bet board is missing 3 or 4 spots.
Yeah.
We got to fill them in. So
me and Howard have a very faded bet up there. Very faded.
What's it from?
It says, will Justin Fields throw for over 4,000 yards in a season?
Oh, wow. Who took yes?
I took yes on that.
Yikes. Well,
I might as well just pay you now.
What's he on pace for now? Here's the bet on the bet board. You decide which side of it you want. $5. Will you see a Matt Prater jersey at Highmark Stadium this year?
That's it.
By the Miami game we're talking, right? He might not be around past the fourth game.
I want to bet yes. What number is he wearing? 15?
Yeah.
15 Matt Prater jersey.
First off, are they making Matt Prater jerseys?
You can make one.
You could custom.
You can just make one?
Make one.
Order. You're saying if you have a 15.
I'm saying will someone
would you have?
commemorate that game with a Prater jersey? That's what I'm saying.
Whose 15 jersey would you have? I'm trying to remember. Who
That's a
wore
good way to
15.
play this. Like, if you
Jack
had
Eichel?
a 15
Who do I
jersey,
feel like Todd
Eichel.
Collins
Like,
wore 15.
who would you
Todd Collins?
replace the nameplate with?
Right.
Did
Just
George Wilson ever wear 15 when he was a receiver?
Oh, I just remember him in 37.
Yeah.
Jake Kumara wore 15, but any like starter
Right.
that wore 15 would have did a quarter. Jack Kemp wore 15, but I don't know if there's like a starting. There's not a quarterback.
Nice job.
Right? There's no quarterback.
I thought Todd Collins wore 15.
Didn't
I think
John
I'm
Brown wear
completely
15?
wrong.
Yeah.
John Brown wore 15. Yeah, I think that's good. Right?
Yep. That's
that
right.
would be the one.
Chris Hogan?
Chris Hogan. None of these are getting swapped to Prater, right?
Did DeMar wear 15? It says Hamlin had 15.
Don't remember that. No, I wouldn't replace any of those with Prater. Probably they were too good in their time.
Well, Howard, how did the Sunday night game treat you? You were in the bunker.
I came through 100% healthy.
Good.
I can't say the same for my television, but I came through fine.
Yeah.
I was rather mostly calm. There would have been an occasional shouting about something about lack of tackling and please make a stop type thing. There might have been some juicy words peppered in there. But I'm 100% truth. I thought they were going to lose. And it wasn't about the offense. It wasn't about Josh Allen not being able to score. Who saw the defense making 3 straight stops in the fourth quarter?
Right.
There was just, at 40-25, when the Bills punted, gave them the ball back, about like 9 minutes left, I'm researching, worst home losses under Sean McDermott. That's how confident I was. So I didn't think they'd come back to win, but I just didn't think the defense would be able to do what they did.
Right.
Last 3 drives were
especially
8 plays, 17 yards.
It's like I could have even believed, like, okay, maybe they'll get a turnover here, and they did.
Yep.
I texted a couple people, like, they're not winning this game without a turnover.
Right.
They got that, but
they
I
also
thought they
forced
needed 2 because they needed to force 2 punts.
They sandwiched 2 3-and-outs around that.
Right.
Fun question. Did they win the game if they get the 2-point conversion? And it's 40-40.
If they get the 2-point conversion.
And it's 40-40. Do they win?
Let's toss a coin and find out.
What's different is Baltimore's trying to score.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to run it out.
And they would have had...
It's 40-40.
They would have had how much time at that point?
Plenty.
Yeah. And
Plenty
timeouts.
of time.
You're saying they go for
They
fourth
would have
down
tried
then.
to score.
Well, not even go for fourth
They
down.
call first and second differently.
Yeah, they're trying to get in range.
Yeah, they
I
don't
see
want
what
to
you
play
mean.
for overtime.
If you make the 2-point conversion...
That's not bad. Yeah, because
It's
they're
almost
not
like-
they're not calling a jet sweep to Zay Flowers on 2nd and 10.
No.
If they're
what
if
was
they're
that
tied.
call?
It was a bad call
That
in the
was
first place.
ridiculous.
But they're not making it if they're tied.
You almost
They're doing something else.
You almost wonder if McDermott, when asked about all the 2-point conversion decisions, said they changed based on wanting to keep Baltimore playing it like a one-possession game in one of them. So it's not just score effects. It's what will this do? And this is actually really good process from the Bills or for any team. What will this do to the way they're going to play it? And in that moment, before the Bills go for 2 to try and tie the game, you might wonder if we could pause and have a discussion. Should we want them to get this?
Yeah.
Because if they don't get it, Baltimore will be more conservative.
Which they were.
They were.
Right.
And if they get it, now the Ravens are like, all right, great, 3 minutes, we'll just move down the field like we have the entire game.
Yeah. The second down call was, just give the ball to Henry or have Lamar Jackson run. Why are you using Zay Flowers on a jet sweep?
Right.
And then nice stop by Christian Benford on 3rd down.
Well, we didn't bring you here to make nice.
Are you
No,
still
it's fine.
basking in the glory of Baltimore, or have you turned towards the Jets today?
No, not to the Jets.
Not yet.
No.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, definitely.
Still
definitely
enjoying
not the Jets.
Baltimore.
Not,
Nice.
not yet on the Jets.
That was fun, that game.
It was incredible.
It was absolutely amazing. I've seen like gazillions of games.
Yep.
So have you. That's one of the best games I've ever seen in my time watching the Bills.
It's absolutely the second greatest comeback in their team's history, right? Maybe not in terms of how much they came back from, but comeback wins at the stadium.
In terms of fashion, I couldn't think of another one off the top of my head.
I'll give you one that crossed my mind, but it's different because, the drought Bills, what were the stakes?
Yeah.
Versus everybody knows potential AFC Championship preview, 1 seed.
Tiebreaker.
To me, this was the craziest comeback since. It might be the Fitz Bills against the Raiders, where the Fitz scream comes out, they score late.
Yeah.
In that game, the Bills get back in it. Then the Raiders get a long touchdown to Johnny Lee Higgins.
Oh, wow. That's
Johnny Lee Higgins.
Yeah, and Whitner tackles him in the end zone and gets a flag.
Yep.
And the Bills still rally to win that game, and it was crazy.
Yeah,
but
they were down 21-3 at the half.
Yeah, and back then, a win like that was, hey, wow, look at us, we did something cool.
But
whereas
it
now,
doesn't compare.
there's so much more context. It's the freak
Let
show.
alone the final season,
right?
The home opener, prime time, the reigning MVP, and you fall flat on your face and give up 40 points. Yeah, that's amazing. It really is.
Pretty great. I got a text here. The Broncos, Bill scored
21 points in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, off of a Nate Odom's block. Something?
Oh, I think so. I can't. That's we're talking like early 90s
like
here.
92.
And it was just a freakish stretch of things that happened in the span of a few minutes. But they were. I don't know. Go ahead. I have to look that one up.
Let's have Howard pick the Bills.
Yes.
Time for Howard to pick the Bills. And, we'll run through the schedule, see how we feel. It's going to be a nice little run here, we would think. The Bills
put pressure on
are 1-0. They go to the Jets to play New York to play the Jets. The Jets had a nice opener.
Good. Yeah, their offense looked good.
It took a 60-yard field goal to beat them late. So Bills-Jets.
I watched that whole game.
Moral victory for the Jets? A little bit?
Jets fans won't look at it that way because, the Jets fans have gone through a little pain. But I thought the offense looked promising. I really did. I thought, we know Breece Hall's really good. And I thought Fields did okay. I think it's going to be a fairly conservative game plan that leans on running the ball, but their defense was not good. I know Josh has had some struggles in years past against the Jets, but I think he should be able to carve that defense up. So I'll take the Bills.
Bills win. And then play a team that, they look like they are having some trouble right now. Mm-hmm. Mike McCarthy and the Dolphins. A Thursday night game here at Highmark Stadium.
Mike McDaniels.
Sorry, Mike McDaniel.
McDaniel.
What did I say?
Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
But he would have struggles, too, if he was still coaching.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, I don't, I don't know even where to go with Miami anymore. I mean, they're going to finish last in the division at this rate. So take the Bills.
Bills. Home Saints, the hottest ticket in town. It really is.
Yeah, most expensive ticket.
Try to get a ticket to that game. It's like $300.
Why?
Sunday, 1 o'clock. Nice day.
Love Sunday.
And it's the only one.
The next one is mid-November.
There's only one other, and it's in November.
Warm weather Sunday one.
Yeah. Yep.
Bills roll.
Bills roll. Home Patriots, Sunday Night Football in the snow rivalry jerseys.
Yes.
So the Vrabel era didn't get off to a good start.
It did not.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Then again, the Raiders are probably a legitimately
They're probably decent.
They're probably
that's probably an 8-win team, 8-9 win team.
Yeah, maybe more, but yeah.
I thought the Patriots could be like a tough game. I'm going to take a step back because I was not impressed with how they looked against the Raiders. I'll take the Bills to win.
Bills beat the Patriots. Bills at Atlanta. The Falcons looked respectably good.
Yeah.
Michael Penix and Bijan.
Bijan.
Sorry, Bijan. I just had a thought.
Bijan Robinson.
I just had a thought.
It's Bijan.
I've been calling him Bijan Robinson.
I know he's not quite Derrick Henry, but he's pretty good. He wins in a different way. Just saying, you might want to fix the run defense by the time you play Atlanta.
All right, I'll take your thought and say that's a loss.
Oh, it wasn't my thought.
No, I'm putting that one on you.
Wow, Bills lose to the Falcons.
Folks, that was on Jeremy.
Bills at Panthers.
I'll take the Bills.
Bills. Carolina did not have a good day offensively, but Ted McMillan in Week 1 looked the part. They threw to him a lot, and it worked. Chiefs at Bills.
I'm disappointed that the Chiefs lost and didn't pull something out of their rear end by thank you to the referees or any of that stuff. Hey, way to go, Chargers. I will take the Bills to beat the Chiefs.
Bills. With that win, I think I've been saying this, I guarantee the Bills will not go to Arrowhead because the Bills would have still one loss and the Chiefs would have at least two. If they
and
don't,
probably more.
And they have to run the table to get there.
Right.
They play the Eagles this week, among other tough games. Bills at Dolphins.
Sweep.
Bills Bucks at home.
I've had that a loss. I wouldn't tell you that I'm super impressed by Tampa, but like I said, there's just going to be one of those games where you think they're not going to lose and they'll find a way to lose it, and that was the one I decided to pick. So we'll go with Tampa winning.
You just love having them lose to the NFC because you feel like it's
that's true.
It's allowed. Bills at Texans.
I'll leave that one a loss for now. Short week. That's tough. Get on the plane Wednesday.
Losses.
That's tough.
At the Steelers.
I cannot pick the Bills to lose to a Mike Tomlin Steelers team. I just will not, no matter what. I mean, the Bills could have half their starters out, and I think morally I just can't live with myself if I pick to lose to the Tomlin Steelers.
Okay.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers did look good. Steelers defense did not. Steelers defense was trash the other day.
Yeah.
Then it's Bills-Bengals in Buffalo, 425. Before you get this one, I want to give you a couple of stats because these are amazing. Joe Burrow, by the way, I don't know if you know this, he played in the preseason to avoid a slow start. How'd that work? It didn't work.
Not so much.
When the Bills play the Bengals, this is, I don't know if there's another comparison in sports. Burrow in December is incredible. His splits in December, I'm pulling him up for his career because you get Joey Burr into December. Last year, he went 15 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, a quarterback rating of 115. It's the best month he has. Their record in his career in December is consistently excellent.
Yeah, but what's it in September?
Well, the Bills play them in December.
I know, but I'm just saying that's from their perspective.
Yeah.
They're burying themselves in the first part of the season.
Burrow in his career by month: September 8-10, October 10-10, November 8-7, December 10-3.
Wow.
Anyway, Bills Bengals in December.
Well, I mean, I was going to pick them to beat the Bengals, but you just convinced me again, so I'll give the Bills a loss.
Wow, why would you do that?
You just told me to. You just told me he's 10-3.
Bills at Patriots.
I'll make that a win.
Bills at Browns.
Way to go, Browns! They did Browns things the other day. Win.
Eagles at Bills.
Loss.
And then Jets at Bills.
Win.
You got 4?
5 losses.
Wow,
5. Quick
Atlanta,
question.
Tampa, Houston, Cincy, and Philly.
Quick question for you two. The best offense the Bills will play this entire regular season, was it Sunday night or will it be Philly? Not taking into account could Philly have clinched and they're resting.
Yeah.
Just because I think part of the Bills' defense problems the other night was they played one of the best offenses in the league, period.
Yeah.
Is it the best they'll face?
I'll
or
say
Philly better?
I'll say yes.
I think yes. Best offense
until I see A.J. Brown look normal.
Okay. I think that's part of, the giving up the 40 points.
Yep.
We know they've had trouble against Derrick Henry, and Baltimore's offense was one of the best in the league last year, and they had everybody back. So, Anyway, don't go crazy unless they look bad defensively against the Jets.
All right. Good to see you.
Nice to see you, boys.
Howard picks the Bills. 12-5.
12-5 for the second straight time.
Disaster hits. Team last night. The team on Sunday's they're gonna go 17-0. You're over here a party pooper.
Sorry to be the negative guy.
All right. 803-0550 to chime in here on WGR. On the defense, Larry in South Florida called before the break. I think we have to, or we should, I know it's not easy to give the defense some grace here, but they are missing 4 regular players, Ogunjobi and Hoyt, who we don't know how they will affect this defense yet. Hairston, we also don't know much about him yet. He got hurt. We'll see when he comes back.
Right.
Trey White, okay, this version of Trey White, we don't exactly know yet. But those are 4 pieces that we thought would be regular pieces to this defense. And young players, Deion Walker, TJ Sanders. All right, give them a little. So I'm up to 6 pieces that what they are right now, I don't know if those 6 pieces are the same 6 assets in 4 months, 3 months, 2 months even. So it doesn't mean I know that it's going to get better, but you did play the toughest team you're probably going to play offensively without knowing what those pieces are really going to be. So it's not good the way the defense played, but I got to kind of hang my hat on that a little bit, that it's a work in progress from a personnel standpoint and from the player development standpoint.
Yeah, that is one way to do it. I mean, if you really look at it, though, in terms of like who plays the most, they only were missing one starter, right? Like if you were to play Baltimore in a playoff game, how many different starters would you have? Just the outside corner.
I think
everybody else would be the same.
I think Michael Hoyt is a.
He's playing more than Rousseau or Bosa.
I think he is as rotated in as almost anybody in that
so
group.
Hoyt would be maybe like another one.
I think Hoyt is a significant piece of what they plan to do.
Okay. Because I don't know that it's enough. I mean, I got a lot of guys that were on the field on that Sunday that are going to be out there on the field again. Like this, I think last year they were missing more with Balin Spector is playing and Cam Lewis is playing and Jamarcus Ingram is playing and Cole Bishop is playing. Like I had 4 or 5 starters last year, different, I think, from the regular season game to the playoff game. Sal yesterday with me said, and he said this a couple times, that the Bills kind of want to be, like this is what they were trying to do in the first half. They want to be as he described it, a low event team.
Right.
And
is that a good idea?
No. I can't imagine that when you have this quarterback that let me limit the amount of things that happen in a football game. Basically, is what that sounds like to me. When you're going to have the advantage at the most important position every game of the season, except for the one you just played where it's even or it's a push. So, no, I think I would want as many as possible. Because I think the bad teams would want. That's how the Giants do it in Super Bowl 25. That's
usually how underdogs play.
Underdogs
play that way.
Right. So I don't think I'd want the Bills to play that way.
But they played that way last year, and it worked very well.
They
for
did.
them, right? They played that way, and they won a lot of games. They got to the playoffs, and against Baltimore, that worked pretty well.
They've won the turnover battle 25 games in a row now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You're going to win a lot of games if you do that. Is low event only turnovers? Because they dig themselves a double-digit hole against Baltimore with no turnovers.
No.
They had punts. That's what they had, right? You had a couple of punts. Your defense, of course, was a big part of that. If you had an average defense in that game, maybe it feels a little bit different. But, the low event conversation is one we've had before. I, of course, always go back to that Kansas City playoff game when A.J. Klein's playing linebacker. That's a reason why you would, all right, let's make this a low event game. Here's why we should do it. We feel like we have a deficiency, and a low event game might help us be in it. They ultimately ended up being right by being in the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with it.
If you want the opposite, maybe what you might need is you need their defense to prove to the coaching staff that they're improved from last year.
Got a fun Twitter poll getting results on this, on what you would think the Bills would do on that Ravens 4th and 3. And I'll explain why there's an argument on either side for what you might think. It's pretty clear it should have been a go for it. They're getting after Harbaugh on ESPN. That on the other side here on WGR. Because it's another example. It's another edition of Josh Allen is literally, and I don't even mean, you're saying it you shouldn't say it literally like that. You mean figuratively. No, I actually might think he's Superman. What he's
he actually is Clark Kent.
He is possibly an actual superhero.
Mm-hmm.
He is actually one of one. What he is I'll say something here and people might get mad. He's what people think Mahomes still is, that Mahomes used to be, that maybe Mahomes can get back to being, right? He, I guess, has to do it all the way to raising a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah.
But what we saw on Sunday night, watching all the reaction around the league, how could you kick it back to Josh Allen with a minute left? That's too much time. That's the Mahomes conversation. That's always the Mahomes conversation. That was the Peyton Manning conversation. He is the best player in football, and the other guy on the other side is probably number 2, or they're 1 and 2 the other way, however you want to do it, with Lamar and Josh. They were both incredible in this game.
Yeah.
They both had individual efforts that were off the charts, but Allen is just the things he can do. Watching him is a transcendent experience. Watching these highlights again where, here he goes, he's rolling out, and he just throws it wherever he wants. He's ever the golfer. He's Scotty Scheffler, where you can't believe how good he is at this. Oh, who's the best? That is that guy again. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? It's the 3rd round, and Scheffler is 7 strokes back. Blink. He's in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
That's Josh Allen. He's Scotty Scheffler. He does whatever he wants out there, and it's absolutely incredible. So I'm just I know it's 2 days later, but yesterday was a little bit of waking up and it was kind of wild, right? And now today it's just like, oh, no, the guy's unbelievable. What are we supposed to do with it? That's right. Isn't there some element of, what do we do with this? You just got to kind of wait and watch it every week and wonder what his next trick will be. What'll he do against the Jets?
Pretty much. Off day for the Bills today after beating the Ravens 48 hours ago on Sunday Night Football. Tomorrow we'll get an injury update and first practice of the week preparing for the New York Jets. Week 1 wrapped up last night. The Vikings beat the Bears 27-24. J.J. McCarthy bouncing back from a pick 6 to throw and run for a couple of touchdowns. Vikings win by 3 in Chicago. Around the NFL, injury notes coming out of week 1, the Niners are going to be missing George Kittle for multiple weeks with a hamstring injury. They also could be without Brock Purdy this week. Adam Schefter said that it's uncertain whether he'll start against the Saints. He has a shoulder injury and a toe injury as well. Elsewhere on league, Brock Bowers is day-to-day in Vegas. He's got a knee injury with the Raiders. Xavier Worthy is day-to-day, according to Andy Reid. Ian Rappaport reports the plan is rehab, not surgery for Worthy on his shoulder injury, and he will attempt to play at some point with a brace. They play the Eagles this Sunday. Giants head coach Brian Daboll confirms that Russell Wilson will start in week 2 against the Cowboys. They're not moving on to the rookie just yet. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Stream your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with Week 2, Bills and Jets, starting just $30 for your first year. It's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Did think about going for it. You know, you just 4th and 3. If you don't get it, you're in field goal range. You know, so I think punting is probably what most people would do there.
No.
Whoa.
I don't know that most people would punt there. Talking about that punt, 803-0550, posted a Twitter poll. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. It's nice out today.
Yeah, 70s.
70s today. 70s pretty much all week. Lows in the 50s. Elite season. It's the elite season, folks. Welcome. So I posted a poll. Same situation for the Ravens that they had in their 4th and 3 final possession. They're up 2, 4th and 3, their own 38. What do you think the Bills would have done? Would they go for it or would they punt? And I will make the case on each side here. Do you think they'd go for it or do you think they'd punt? Last year in the opener, the score is different, so the score effects are different. Last year in the opener, the Bills kicked a field goal on a 4th and 3.
Yeah.
And McDermott said in that scenario, 3 is not the same as 1 or 2, 4th and 3. He made a point to point out that 3 yards was a difference. And they kicked the field goal, and the defense held, and they won the game. And this is 4th and 3. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, there have been years and years and years of the Bills aren't exactly the most aggressive, but they are by the book when the book says you lose or gain 1 point of win probability.
Mm-hmm.
The number of times you make a mistake and punt when you're losing. And this was, by some math models, ESPN had it, I think I saw Bill Barnwell's, has it at almost 6 percentage points that Baltimore gave up by punting.
Yeah.
A 6% drop in win probability. McDermott does not make that mistake. They do not punt when this is a -6 for you. The Bills don't punt on a -6. And that's years and years and years of evidence. So I'm not sure. People could say, well, the defense has been a disaster. That doesn't even really matter for these. I don't think McDermott punts because he does not give up 6 points of win probability really ever.
It's tough. Like I'm pretty much with you. I think McDermott would probably make the decision. I mean, of course, based on who his quarterback is and his ability to get a couple of yards, even if the play doesn't work. But also, what are the odds I'm stopping this team? Well, how's it been going today? They've got 40 on me at this point. I'm not giving him the ball back. I think, especially the way the offenses were playing, you put that ball in your own quarterback's hands. You let him dictate how this game is going to go. So I would predict that McDermott would absolutely go for that. Harbaugh is very back and forth on stuff like that. McDermott's pretty consistent At this point, you get your odd here and there mistake on those types of decisions. Harbaugh sometimes is ultra aggressive in those moments, and sometimes he is as conservative as any coach in the league. It's very back and forth. The variance in his decision-making on that is a lot more gut. Like, I don't know that he has an analytics guy telling him what to do as much as when you see him be aggressive, it's just because that's how he is. But when you're not going by data or you don't have like a certain process and you just are going by your gut, which seems like what he's doing, you'll get a decision like that where it's 4th and 3. And what am I doing? I'm putting my former MVP quarterback on the sidelines. That's the most elusive quarterback in NFL history.
Right.
Thank you. I'll take it if I'm the opponent every time.
On Bill Barnwell's calculator here, we'll do a little bit of calculator math stuff. He has it if they go for it and fail.
Yeah.
There's still 59% to win the game. They still are. Yes.
At the 38.
With that much time left,
you'd be turning it over at that point. You know, I mean, it's a 56-yard field goal from where the Bills would be standing with less than 2 minutes to go.
All 3 timeouts.
You've got all your timeouts.
All 3 timeouts. Still 59% chance to win the game if you don't get it. And if you do get it, you have won. So anyway, go for it was the call, and he didn't. The Bills had no timeouts. Baltimore had all 3.
Right.
So the Bills would have had to operate their offense. It'll be interesting. That's one spot the Bills and Allen are really good. If they get the ball to 38 with no timeouts, would they be able to engineer an offense that is going to use the field, make Baltimore use all 3 timeouts? Then the Bills might have had to be a little more conservative, right? All right, we want 10 yards. We want 20 yards. We'd really like 30 yards. We'd also like to have them burn the timeouts in the process. Like, it changes the way the Bills are going to call the game. Whereas when you punt it, if you're Baltimore, the Bills are just thinking, all right, baby, like rip it down the field, whatever it takes. Who cares about their timeouts? This will be our last possession.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't get it, who cares if they get the ball?
Right.
So anyway, 803-0550, that's the phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Fun with 2-point conversions. I didn't even really dig into that.
How the Bills ran them?
Well, just if you go to Bill Barnwell's stats site, which is, if anybody cares about this stuff, you ever want to punch in like your team's 4th down stuff?
Yeah.
rbsdm.com.
Yep.
And you can dig into a bunch of stuff there. That's
for the pass run frequency stuff is there, and EPA stuff is there. Yeah.
Yeah. How right. Neutral pass frequency, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
All that stuff is there. It's fun. Early down pass rate, EPA per play, you know. Or you could just do anything else with your life. Really anything else.
I'm thinking a lot about that hypothetical you brought about if the Bills had gotten the 2-point conversion. Like if Coleman catches the fade route.
If they get the 2-point conversion, do they win? They probably don't win.
It's just the Ravens would have called it so differently. I really think they would. Like, they would have put the ball in Jackson's hands. What is that jet sweep to Zay Flowers?
They would have put the ball in Jackson's hands.
That play does not exist if they're tied.
They also might have just thrown 3 passes down the field to Zay Flowers. They might have like if it's a tie game and you kick to Lamar, how is that really any different than if Tyler Bass had made the kick against the Chiefs? All right, tie game. Now give it to that guy.
Right. You want the ball last. In the time on the clock, tie game.
In these games, it's like if
it's tied.
Yeah. 803-0550. Right now, the Bills, here's your number for you. Early down pass frequency.
Okay, through one game?
Through one game. The Bills are near the bottom in early down pass frequency. Now, part of that's because they kind of got out of it and the game was out of reach.
I wonder how much of it counts because it's like 20 to 80% win probability, and they spent a lot of that 4th quarter with less than 20%. It was 1%. Right. So
Baltimore, of course, was also way down in early down pass frequency because they were running for 18 yards a clip.
Yeah.
What a game. What a game.
I do have to keep reminding myself. I've said it like once every other hour. Like, they won that game?
Yeah.
They won that game.
Crazy.
We're sure they won that game?
We are. I'm not sure they would have won the game if they made the 2-point conversion, though.
So many things. Like, the game like that. So many things. The Kyle Hamilton field goal block and the Harbaugh decision And how about Coleman running out of the back of the end zone? There's your 2-point conversion. Coleman runs out of the back of the end zone and back in, catches the 2-pointer. What's the score when that happens? Because if that happens, the Bills, they're not going for 2 after that, are they? That is going to be the touchdown right out of the gate in the third quarter. So 27-13, the Bills score to make it 27-19. That's the play where there's the offside and they go to the 1-yard line. Actually, that's what starts it all, right? Mm-hmm. What if they just say, nah, we're good, we're just going to keep the 1 point? Again, like
everything's changed. Because
all the game management decisions are different after
Baltimore might start going for 2 and all that, yeah. Steven in Florida. Hey, Steven, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So I wanted to comment on both sides of the ball, the offense and the defense. First of all, man, phenomenal win for the Bills. That was just amazing. But, you were bringing out about earlier about this rating on defensive players, and I think it said that, Oliver was like way up at the top there. I think he should be the defensive player of the week. But the big concern is what you said about, you had Sanders and Williams. Now they're rookies, okay, so we got to give them some space. They need to grow. And when I was watching Jeremy, your Bill Squad show last week, and Jerry Ostrowski said you got to let rookies learn. They got to play. They got to be able to make their mistakes. So that. But the other thing is with the linebackers, Matt Milano and Terrell Bernard, the rating they had was right near the bottom. So the Bills' defense, Babich and these guys, they need to find some way to step up, because you can't fault the secondary for what Henry did and Lamar, but especially Henry. It's up front. And I said coming into this game, it's going to be one in the trenches. And, thankfully the Bills' offense was able to, really step up and allow, Josh to do what he did in the fourth quarter. But that's the other thing you guys talked about. None of this conservative stuff. We've got the best player in the league, the best quarterback. Let Josh be Josh, and go full out like he did in the fourth quarter. But, the defense, that's been a concern. Last year we saw it, and then this year. So I hope the Bills can find a way to fix what we saw that was wrong in this game, because otherwise it's going to be a real struggle, especially when they go up against Philadelphia. That's my big concern.
Okay.
Thanks, Steven.
I just wonder what will be truly different. They'll have guys back. You'd hope the rookies play better than they did, right? Deion Walker didn't even play a ton. They played with the 4 linemen, Bosa, Rousseau, Oliver, and Daquan Jones, all like over 68%, which if you're familiar with how McDermott's defenses typically rotate those positions, it's more than that. Like, guys don't usually play much more than 50%. And in this game, they went a little heavier with the four starters. Weren't rotating rookies in as much. Epinesa wasn't rotating in as much. I don't even know if I saw Epinesa in this game. I'm sure he played. But it was Rousseau, it was Bosa, it was Jones, and it was Oliver. And they were out there all the time. And maybe the next time you play them, you have 7 guys you trust instead of 4. One of the rookies by the next time you might play them in a playoff game has earned that, and Hoyt is available to you in Ogunjobi. And then, bam, you had 4 linemen that you maybe only trusted in the regular season game, and you get to 7 by the time you play them in the playoffs. Just a thought. Like, I don't know what else could be different. We did see them stop Henry, in comparison to this game, in the playoff game, the last time they played them. And what was different then?
And they
stopped him.
They stopped him from running all over them.
Yeah, he wasn't breaking off 30-yard runs like he was in this game. And what's different? I don't know. Hamlin was out there, but is that the difference? I can't imagine that was that critical.
It's a point to be made about offense and defense, and I've actually pulled up a game here where, complementary football. Maybe McDermott would appreciate this point because I'm going to make a complimentary football point. The Bengals playoff game. What do you remember about that playoff game?
The snow, the dusting of snow, their offense wasn't good, and their defensive linemen got pushed around.
It goes touchdown Bengals.
Okay.
Bills, 3-and-out.
Okay, right. And then in touchdown Bengals.
Touchdown
right?
Bengals.
Yeah, so it happened quick.
Bills, 3 and out.
Okay.
That's kind of a little bit outside of the first possession where they get a good kick return, they get the Kincaid touchdown, Baltimore gets their field goal. You can't dig a hole unless your offense lets it happen. Sure, you're mad your defense is doing this, but you can always counter-punch. And in that game, the Bills didn't. The reason I'm pulling up this game is I'm looking up the punt that they had. In this game, it's a 4th and 10 at the Cincinnati 41. Am I obsessed? Sure. Someone is trying to make a point that McDermott gave up, all these win percentage points in other games. I'm going to put that Bengals 4th down punt in because, I want to see just how much they gave up. The Bills are on offense, the Bengals are on defense, the time and all that. So this is my little class project as we get to some more phone calls here. Mike in Buffalo. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I wanted to talk about the reason.
Oh,
did we lose you, Mike?
All right, Mike, we're going to come. Hold on, Mike. We're going to come back to you in a moment. Brandon in Buffalo. We'll get back to Mike. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, guys. How you doing today? Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. I just really want to just basically talk about just one thing about how our defense. I know that was one hell of a game that they played. They were playing the Ravens, and the Ravens got a really good offense. But I think about our defense, and I think our offense is going to be good this year. I just think this year that our defense really need to step it up. And I really think that some of the players on defense, like Daquan Jones, don't need to be playing that much. I think we need to figure out something with him. I think we need to figure out something with our safety room. And when I say stuff like that, I'm just basically talking about the Bills fans have a very, very important role what goes on with the Bills Mafia. I think the louder we get and the more we complain and the more things that we say, I think we can have a big impact because the big thing with me is, and the real big thing in my heart is I just don't want to waste Josh Allen's year, You seeing how good of a player he is, and I just don't want the Josh Allen era to just go by so quick and then we go in the draft and now we're looking for new quarterbacks. And I say that to say everything that I think our offense is going to stand good and we're going to be good this year. But it's always every year is our problem is our defense. Something needs to be done with our defense. And this Jets game is going to be a good testament to that. It's going to be a good testament on our defense in the next couple of games. And if we still having problems with our defense by the time we go all the way into the bye week, I just think something needs to be done, man. I really do. I just don't want to waste Josh Allen era with him being so young. And that's all I wanted to say. And have a good day, guys, and thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. I mean, by the bye week, week 7, week 8, I mean, it's where, how much you want to take out of week 1? They beat the Jets, and their defense looks stout, and then they do it again to Miami. That'll give you some confidence, but we all know what the defensive test is. It's doing it in January. And whether it's good or bad in the regular season. If they are 22nd in the league in defense this year, but they've got something cooked up for the playoffs that gives them a better result there, every single fan would sign up for that on the dotted line.
Yeah, and you know what it might be that you want to see for the next 16 weeks? Give me 6 games where an individual does what Ed Oliver does.
Yeah,
right. Like, hey, I got an Oliver game, then I had a Bosa game, then I had a Max Hairston performance, then Bishop's breakout, and get me to a spot where, okay, you're going into the playoffs, and I think where you're ranked, fine. But I can look at 6 to 7 players where I'd say, well, you know what? You do have the horses that if you put it together, it'll come together and you can get what you need. Like the Eagles' defense last year in the Super Bowl, it was dominant. Mm-hmm. But they weren't dominant on the way to the playoffs.
I was just looking, what were the year that Cincinnati shut out Kansas City in the second half of the AFC Championship game?
What do they rank?
What were they defensively that year? I'm pulling it up right now because that's the
you need a good half.
That's
not
the
a good season,
right?
Yeah.
They had a great half against the Chiefs, and it got them to the Super Bowl
after a terrible first half.
And overtime was good too. And I'm looking right now, by yardage, just by total yardage, where did they rank? They were 18th. 18th, but they had a huge half of football against Kansas City. And it's not to say, it kind of makes it sound like nothing matters defensively they do in the regular season. I do think it does because I think they need to get the 1 seed. But in terms of what it will look like when they play an AFC Championship game, I think they could, in that game, look a lot better than they would in a regular season game because we've seen it.
803-0550. We get time. We'll get back to Mike, see if Mike's in a better spot. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I'm in a better spot. I'm in downtown now. All right. My issue is the only problem with the defense is the safeties. They cannot tackle. Okay, I think Rapp is afraid to tackle because of the concussions he's had. Cole Bishop gets run all over. So what you said about Hamlin, no, he cannot cover over the middle, but he can tackle. And the other thing is, I think you're going to see Poyer. He doesn't have the speed that he used to have, but he can tackle. And if we have to play a player that is a bell cow like Henry is, then we need to have 2 safeties that can tackle. Because if we did, he would not have got through those. He would not have had that yardage. He would not have. If you go back and look at those runs, the people that were trying to make the tackles right after he broke the line of scrimmage were safeties, and they got bounced over like a basketball. So that's the problem.
Well, yeah, there are 2. One play where Bishop's coming from a terrible angle. He can't get there. I mean, I feel like there's bigger problems than actually Bishop on that play than tackling Henry. The Rapp one, I don't think Rapp is afraid to hit at all. Rapp,
isn't he too much the opposite sometimes?
I was going to say, Rapp throws himself all over the place, and sure, he's had concussion issues, but I don't agree with that. I just think he took a terrible angle and got toasted on that play.
There is another play I saw where he tried to hit Henry instead of wrapping him, and he bounced. Like, Henry didn't even flinch. A fly off an elephant's butt. Like,
at some point,
made no effect.
It's a lot like saying a defensive end is not strong enough because they didn't bring down Josh Allen. Like, that's pretty hard to do.
Yeah. Right, like part of the point of whenever you play a bell cow like Derrick Henry, it could look like that. Who's that exactly? Other than this guy?
Yeah.
The Chiefs don't have that guy. The Bengals don't have that guy. Like, these teams have good running backs.
This player
but not some, giant,
he's a monster.
Monster that you're afraid of tackling.
Not only do no teams have this guy, the league hasn't had this guy.
No.
Since Earl Campbell?
Earl Campbell's what I hear a lot compared to him. Is it possible he's the greatest running back ever?
Yes.
I always ask this with running backs. Like,
is it
these
possible?
Days, none of these guys ever get the workloads that they used to in the 80s. I mean, this guy maybe does.
Well, put it this way.
I've asked for, if we drop the best running back of all time in front of our faces in this year, would we even know it because of the way the league is?
The way to ask this question for quarterback almost always turns to, all right, 1 game to win, who do you want? Who's the running back you want?
All time.
You got 1 game to win. It's the Monstars are here, and we got to field a team of NFL players to save Earth.
Right.
Who's the running back you want?
Listen, I know I'm biased because he's the only one of the all-time great Mount Rushmore guys that I've watched, but he's doing it in this era, which is mostly built through the quarterbacks, like Henry. Give me Derrick Henry.
There's an argument to be made that might help Henry.
What?
That the quarterback, he plays with a mobile quarterback. A mobile quarterback helps the run game because if you're playing...
Yeah, but he didn't for most of his career.
No, I know, but I'm saying what you're seeing from him now is getting more out of him because of that. So the era where running backs are getting mobile quarterbacks on the same field with them and at the same time, that does help the backs.
Sure. He did have 2,000 yards with Ryan Tannehill as his quarterback. Right. Which is pretty
Who would
impressive.
You take? Would you take Derrick Henry?
He's been the 1 seed. Like, the 1 seed, the part of the reason the Bills haven't had it is there was a year in there where the Tennessee Titans got it. And who was the culprit of that? This guy.
Yeah.
I think that actually probably was the year he had 2,000 yards.
We'll get a break in 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. On the safety position, I mean, like when we got to draft day and we had one day we flirted with the idea of Malachi Starks. Like I was on board for that idea, or somebody at the safety position. Bishop has the athleticism. You're talking about an athletic safety. Like Bishop is definitely athletic enough for the position. The interesting thing about this defense is you say, like, these players coming back. I don't want you to confuse it with I'm predicting they will be great by the time they get to the playoffs. I definitely don't know. I just got to give a little bit of grace period here for McDermott and Babich to kind of put it together. You know, you have games where you just don't play well. You have a lot of new pieces. You're feeling it out, whatever. Mm-hmm. Will the safety position be a problem the whole year? Maybe against some teams, yes. Maybe against the Jets it won't. Maybe against the Saints it won't. But there might be times during the year. You know, like we're constantly talking about this team in the moment and also looking to when we know it's going to count. And by then, who knows who's healthy? I saw some suggesting the Bills should call Jabril Peppers today.
I saw a lot of tweets about him during the game.
I don't know if they're going to do that. You know,
in part because I think what people saw from Rapp was a lack of athleticism in that game, and everyone was, this guy is super athletic. Jabril Peppers for the position. So, I mean, maybe they bring him in later in the year. I don't know if he would start right away. Like, I think these are probably your starting safeties. If it's going so poorly that, like, even they sound like, man, we might make a move at this position, then that's a deadline move, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a deadline move. I don't think they're moving on from these two safeties in the next, 3 weeks. And I don't think they play, kind of like you said, I don't think they play opponents that are going to make them get benched in the next 3 weeks. And they're not going to bench Rapp, right?
No.
He could look as bad as possible, and I don't think they'll bench him. He has looked as bad as possible, and they still talk like they like him.
On the defense, Larry in South Florida called before the break. I think we have to, or we should, I know it's not easy to give the defense some grace here,
mm-hmm.
but they are missing 4 regular players, Ogunjobi and Hoyt, who we don't know how they will affect this defense yet. Mm-hmm. Hairston, we also don't know much about him yet. He got hurt. We'll see when he comes back.
Right.
Trey White, okay, this version of Trey White, we don't exactly know yet. But those are 4 pieces that we thought would be regular pieces to this defense. And young players, Deion Walker, TJ Sanders. Like, all right, give them a little. So I'm up to 6 pieces that what they are right now. I don't know if those 6 pieces are the same 6 assets in 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, 2 months even. So it doesn't mean I know that it's going to get better, but you did play the toughest team you're probably going to play offensively without knowing what those pieces are really going to be. So it's not good the way the defense played, but I got to kind of hang my hat on that a little bit, that it's a work in progress from a personnel standpoint and from the player development standpoint.
Yeah, that is one way to do it. I mean, if you really look at it, though, in terms of like who plays the most, they only were missing 1 starter, right? Like if you were to play Baltimore in a playoff game, how many different starters would you have? Just the outside corner.
I think
everybody else would be the same.
I think Michael Hoyt is a.
He's playing more than Rousseau or Bosa.
I think he is as rotated in as almost anybody in that.
So
group.
Hoyt would be maybe like another one.
I think Hoyt is a significant piece of what they plan to do.
Okay. Because I don't know that it's enough. I mean, I got a lot of guys that were on the field on that Sunday that are going to be out there on the field again. Like this, I think last year they were missing more with. You know, Balin Spector is playing, and Cam Lewis is playing, and Jamarcus Ingram is playing, and Cole Bishop is playing. Like, I had 4 or 5 starters last year, different, I think, from the regular season game to the playoff game.
Yes, that's what he did.
So there's significance in beating him for you?
I was happy to beat everybody associated with the Jets.
Aaron Rodgers. Moments ago from Sports Business Journal, the Bills and Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment will soon announce a marketing relationship in Toronto. The partnership marks the NFL team's most concerted effort to grow its Canadian fan base since its regular season game in 2013.
I've been wondering about this ever
Carter
since
and
Vince
Tracy McGrady?
Carter, Tracy McGrady, and Josie Altidore all bought into the Bills.
So in Sports Business Journal, Ben Fisher, will try to track him down maybe this week. He writes, it's the culmination of lengthy strategic planning inside the Bills organization in more fully developed Southern Ontario. Pete Welly said it's the second largest media market in North America, part of our home territory. There are reasons to put those two together. We think we've transcended Buffalo with the quality of football we play.
Not surprising at all.
No.
Not surprising at all. Just hope it doesn't come with a game there, and I'm good. They want a preseason game even. Maybe even have at that. Just don't touch my regular season.
I would wonder about that just because, listen, can we have a game? Yeah, we have this old hole in the ground stadium. Hey, can we have a game? Sorry, we just built a palace.
Yeah, right. No, they're not getting a real game.
No, there's no announced plans to bring games back to Toronto.
Yeah. So hopefully, I wouldn't worry about that. Right, like they're not taking any game away from a stadium they just built with all that money.
Not even preseason.
Well, preseason. Go ahead.
I mean, preseason, listen, preseason is about to be the place where people that can't get to a regular season game can maybe get to.
In the first year or two. Well, in the fifth year of the new stadium, if they want a preseason game, I'm like, whatever.
I will not give it to them. I say no.
Really?
Hard no. No.
That would be Kids Day you'd be taking away.
Right.
I mean, I'm good just eliminating the preseason altogether. So
I might need it for fans to be able to get to that game. 803-0550.
What about the return of the blue and red? You got that. That's a better event to go to than the preseason game anyway.
Well, you can't put that in Toronto because then they're not returning.
No, I'm not saying that.
I know. It's going away of the blue and red.
That's your way of getting into the stadium. If you don't want to spend however much money on tickets, you could do that.
That's right. Nate in Silver Creek is next up. I have a golf story for you. Go ahead, Nate.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning. I was wondering, do you guys think it's the defensive coordinator? Is it execution by the defense, or do you think it's just bad coordination setting these guys up for failure? Because it seems like we have a pretty good template on what's going on. Last year, the defense was bad, and I feel like you have two all-pro or all-pro caliber linebackers that should be making plays, but they don't seem to be set up properly. Granted, I know we played Derrick Henry, and he's mass type velocity, and it hurts to hit him. But I just wonder what your thoughts are on that. Thanks.
I think it's talent.
Yeah,
I think it's on the defensive side. It's Jimmy's and Joe's. Who do the Bills have that is great on the defensive side? Benford, Oliver has been and can be. Maybe he's on his way to a great season. After Oliver, you'd go to Milano.
Mm-hmm.
After Milano, you'd say,
but none of these guys are like the offense. They have a bad day on offense. They have a Superman
who can save them,
who can wreck a game. And on the defensive side of the football, like there are defenses like this in the league where this is Cincinnati sometimes. Cincinnati's defense stinks. And once in a while, they got a Superman over there, Trey Hendrickson, that will have a game-changing type of play. And the Bills' defense has a lot of decent players. You mentioned Bernard and Milano. I think they are good linebackers. Milano used to be this, but right now, those are not two all-pro linebackers.
No. And Bernard,
definitely not.
They both work well in this defense for what they do, but they would, especially for Bernard.
Yeah, but borderline Pro Bowl level linebackers at their best, I would say at this point would be a good outcome. But they're not guys that are going to be in the conversation with Fred Warner as like, oh, these are the best linebackers in football. They're not that.
And at safety, the Bills are
maybe the worst in the league.
They were pretty bad last year, and they brought everybody back, and it's kind of hinging on Cole Bishop. And again, it's supposed to be some of its parts.
But like Sunday was a little bit of this. Sunday was a little bit of you looked like the Bengals defense all day, and look, A guy stepped up, and he was Superman on that day. Ed Oliver was that. But you want to count on Ed Oliver being that week to week to week to week? Because he hasn't been that in his career. I mean, obviously, if he looks like he did on Sunday, he's going to be first-team All-Pro. He'll be a first-team All-Pro if he looks like that.
Yeah. Like, Bernard's a good example here. And whenever in doubt, I would always say you can do this. Where does this guy rank in terms of what they're paid? And Bernard is half the price of the best linebacker in football.
Right, what is it, $8 million?
He
$7
makes
million?
His AAV is 10.
10.
Fred
Okay.
Warner makes 21.
Yep.
Like, how good is this player? Check he just signed an extension with his own team. You want to say it's a discount? Like, Bernard's a really good player. He's a captain on this team. He's super important. And I'm not about to blame him. It's just against Baltimore, that might be a matchup issue. Their linebackers. Taron Johnson has long been very, very good to great. And, against Baltimore, people wonder about matchup issues. Their defensive line, they're constantly chasing edge. And against other teams, maybe you'll see those returns. So I think it's a combination of injuries, still coming together, not sure if they have the Jimmies and Joes on that side of the ball. It's why they drafted a bunch. It's why they signed a bunch. Suspensions, and Lamar and Derrick Henry. Like, I got a perfect storm for my defense looks terrible. And give it a couple of weeks, and maybe only check off 3 of those boxes, like this week. Okay, no Lamar and no Derrick Henry. Now I'm down to 4 things. Okay, does no, I'm not getting suspended players back. Am I getting Trey White back? That's one small boost, maybe. But Dorian Strong wasn't exactly a problem.
No, he wasn't. Also, keep in mind, the Bills will get some... If they played the Ravens in January, you might expect that they'll have some pieces that are back. Say there are no more added injuries. Bills might get Ogunjobi back. They might get Michael Hoyt back. The Ravens are going to get Isaiah Likely and Pat Ricard back.
Yeah, which might
They were missing pieces,
tougher.
too.
Thanks for the phone call. 803-0550. I played golf yesterday. You guys played golf yesterday.
We did. Owen won a long drive contest.
Look at this. Look at all the
longest drive. Like, it wasn't like everyone at the range, like, who can hit the ball the first. He hit on 18. Was it 300?
It was close. It was up.
Might have been 300.
That's uphill. You guys were at CCB?
If it was a flat shot, it would have been 300.
Yeah, that's uphill the whole way. That's a monster.
It was it was like within yards of 300, though.
How far past the stake that was in the ground?
20 yards.
That's always a good.
It's always not even close. We knew it from the tee.
It's a good feeling to see. Like, not only are you long drive, but you have to walk back. Like, oh, look at this.
Right.
Look at the gap here.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. That might be a highlight of my. Not might be. It is a highlight of my golfing career so far.
Nice.
I was hitting the ball well yesterday.
Yeah, I played in Syracuse yesterday. My buddy Scott and I, we won the member guest at Transit Valley and got invited to play at Turning Stone's Shenandoah course yesterday for the New York State Vegas Golf Series Regional Final, where if you win, you get invited to play in Vegas.
Was this like a Pro Bowl for all the member guest winners across the state?
Kinda.
Huh, interesting.
Kinda. And you didn't get invited? Anyway, sorry. Listen, this course.
I gotta win one of these things, man.
I know.
This course.
We need it.
This course was, you know how? Put it this way. This course was like trying to tackle Derrick Henry.
Impossible.
There are running backs, and then there's Derrick Henry. We play golf, guys, right? All of us, we play golf. You hit the ball, it goes over there. Like, oh, I missed the fairway by 15 yards. I'll just punch out from under a tree. I got a 4-iron up to the front of the green. I'll be okay. No. This was tournament conditions, and it's one of these courses that has, like, heather and fescue everywhere.
Yeah, right.
And none of it is a lateral hazard. None of it's red staked. So every time you would hit a ball and think, that might have crept in by a foot, you are hitting a provisional and you are hitting again. Every time. If you found your ball, you couldn't hit it. It wasn't just like knee-high fescue. Everywhere, these are thick bushes, jungle. So, hey, here's my approach from...
You need a machete to get through it.
Here's your approach from 180. You hit the back of the green, hard bounce, gone. Hit again.
That is nightmare.
It was challenging.
Yikes.
I've never felt more like a golf course was reaching up and punching me in the face.
Yeah.
Right. It was beautiful. And it was great. It was so great to play. But, man, it's that was actual.
Yeah.
Oh, you play golf, cute. Play this course,
right?
Yeah,
whole other world.
This is how I felt when I played Bethpage. Although there wasn't out of bounds like that.
It's just the rough and the
it was the
elevation.
rough. Like you would find your ball, you would hit it, and then you would feel like you're getting punched in the face. But I'm not having to.
No,
I'm not having to hit provisionals and walking back to my ball to hit I wasn't having to do that.
Yeah, this was you hooked your drive a little bit left, tee it up again. Oh, you hooked another one a little bit left. Tee it up again.
Yeah.
Can I just go to the next hole, please?
I would get stuck in a cycle of snap hook to slice to snap hook to slice, and it would be a bad scene.
And you'd get to a spot where, we're playing two-man best ball or better ball, and I'm out on this hole, and then your partner hits another one, and they're like, oh no, I got to scramble for triple.
Right. Oh, man.
It was great. Good time. Golf. You got any long drives this year, Joe? I mean, Owen's got a long drive. I got a long drive this year. You got a long drive?
I got nothing on the board.
Nothing.
I got a Ryder Cup style tournament coming up at Tri-County this weekend.
I was just hopefully you got to go compete for your Ryder Cup.
Half the people will win that one. So
okay,
you'll have.
Here's the hoping. I've got a 50-50 shot. This is the best chance I'm going to get.
Yeah.
Team golf.
Believe in you.
I want to scramble. Like a friends scramble, 15 people, nothing like crazy. So
we were third yesterday.
We had a shot. A couple lipped out putts.
I lipped out 3 myself.
Yep,
very close.
I feel like there's $1 million industry in selling shirts that just say I almost want to scramble. Yeah. Couple more putts, we were gonna be there.
Couple more putts.
Oh man, what'd you guys shoot? 12. Man, we really should have been 14. Which really should have made more putts.
Yep.
That's everybody's life in scrambles. Well, nice. Good showing. Yeah. Dustin Wolf, massive contract extension in Calgary.
It's a big number for him for a long time for not a lot of experience.
They showed something on ESPN just now that I tweeted about over the weekend at you that you want to talk about in Extendo Sports or really quick here. I'm out on the Syracuse head coach for football.
Oh, yeah.
Who is this jerk? He thinks he's Herb Brooks, making his team run sprints after winning a football game? Imagine McDermott did that on Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guys, line up at the 50. I don't care that we won. That was a pathetic. Run to the goal line, and then run back, and then I'll tell you again.
He did. He had his team run sprints after
in front of the fans.
After they beat UConn in overtime.
In front of the fans.
The fans get to see their favorite
players.
He
thinks he's Herb Brooks?
Yeah.
That's not really seeing your favorite player. You're seeing your favorite players get punished.
I'm seeing my favorite player run.
After they won a football game.
In uniform.
Nuts.
Pro Football Talk says there's chatter the Steelers could trade for Tyreek Hill.
Okay, it's been 1 year since he had a 30-yard reception. He was yelling on the sidelines about something on week 1.
Also,
very tumultuous
a suspension
offseason.
Is still on the table for Jalen Carter at Pro Football Talk as well.
I think he's getting suspended.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. The league has an opportunity here to say, we're going to make sure this doesn't happen again. Forget fines. You're suspended if you spit.
Right.
Yep. All right, Extendo Sports, and then we close things out, hand off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Because it's another example, it's another edition of Josh Allen is literally, and I don't even mean, you're saying it you shouldn't say it literally like that. You mean figuratively. No, I actually might think he's Superman. What he's...
He actually is Clark Kent.
He is possibly an actual superhero. Mm-hmm. He is actually one of one. What he is I'll say something here and people might get mad. He's what people think Mahomes still is, that Mahomes used to be, that maybe Mahomes can get back to being, right? He, I guess, has to do it all the way to raising a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah.
But what we saw on Sunday night, watching all the reaction around the league, how could you kick it back to Josh Allen with a minute left? That's too much time. That's the Mahomes conversation. That's always the Mahomes conversation. That was the Peyton Manning conversation. He is the best player in football, and the other guy on the other side is probably number 2, or they're 1 and 2 the other way, however you want to do it, with Lamar and Josh. They were both incredible in this game.
Yeah.
They both had individual efforts that were off the charts, but Allen is just the things he can do. Watching him is a transcendent experience. Watching these highlights again where, here he goes, he's rolling out, and he just throws it wherever he wants. He's ever the golfer. He's Scotty Scheffler, where you can't believe how good he is at this. Oh, who's the best? That is that guy again. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? It's the third round, and Scheffler is 7 strokes back. Blink. He's in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
That's Josh Allen. He's Scotty Scheffler. He does whatever he wants out there, and it's absolutely incredible. So I'm just I know it's 2 days later, but yesterday was a little bit of waking up and it was kind of wild, right? And now today it's just like, oh, no, the guy's unbelievable. What are we supposed to do with it? That's right. Isn't there some element of, what do we do with this? You just got to kind of wait and watch it every week and wonder what his next trick will be. What will he do against the Jets?
Pretty much.
I've got 2 stats of the day. I know we're only supposed to do one, but I'm going to do 2 because I think they're both really interesting. One is Rich Hribar, Lord Reeves on Twitter of Sharp Football Analysis pointed out that last night, if there was no defensive touchdown or special teams touchdown in the game, it would be the first time in the 2000s to not have a defensive score in week 1. So going in, it was a little bit of, it's really rare for there not to be a defensive touchdown in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened? Pick 6.
Pick 6 last night, yep.
To me, knowing it going in was incredible. Wow, I wonder if we'll get a defensive touchdown tonight.
And we did.
Pick 6. Wow.
Should have bet it.
I honestly thought of, but that would just be betting it's due.
That would be it.
It's not real good math to do. It's just, hey, you know what? They're probably due. So that's the first one. The second one is, same Lord Reeves on Twitter from Rich Hribar. There's still 1 game to go, right? This is, again, going into the game. So 2 stats going into the game that are incredible. He pointed out we had the most rushing points from quarterbacks ever to kick off a season. That from a fantasy standpoint, quarterbacks are rushing for touchdowns. Before the game, quarterbacks had set records for attempts and touchdowns. They both ran for touchdowns.
Yeah.
So it was the week 1 record setter for rushing touchdowns for quarterbacks around the league.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Over the last year plus 1 week, Caleb Williams, according to True Media, leads NFL quarterbacks with 52 incompletions due to an overthrow. That is 17 more than the next highest, and he had 5 last night. I think it's because he just throws the ball too hard.
Yeah.
He tries to throw the ball as hard as any quarterback I've ever seen. And like there was an Adunze pass last night that is incredible when it works.
Yeah, on the run.
It was like a fastball. It looked like it was 90 miles an hour.
You know what he is? He's great when he's, and this is, baseball comparisons, but that's what a lot of these quarterbacks do with the platforms of their throws. Caleb Williams is great when he's the shortstop moving to his left and has to gun it to first base. That's his best throw.
Yeah, that's definitely right.
He does that really well. Even across his body, he does that really well.
Right.
Anyway.
Bo Nix and Mahomes are the next two after that, by the way. Every Mahomes overthrow, I bet, is on a deep ball.
Yeah. On television right now, who would go first in a redraft, J.J. McCarthy or Caleb Williams? Answer, Jaden Daniels. Right?
Are they?
I know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Who of these two?
But you're right. Yes.
Who would go
the
first?
Answer in a runaway is Jaden
Daniels, and then maybe Drake May,
and then Bo Nix,
and then Bo Nix. So who would
they
go,
be 4 and 5?
It might be 4 and 5, maybe. Who would go first though? Caleb Williams or J.J. McCarthy? Which of those two?
I'd take Caleb Williams. The incompletion stat being said, he takes a lot of sacks. I still can't believe the Thanksgiving thing last year. I thought it was him. Yeah, right. I would take Caleb Williams.
We got to go. We're back tomorrow at 6 a.m. Thanks for calling, texting, tweeting, listening, and streaming. Cheers.